Long Island. Thanks for joining us. I'm your host, Acacia Clement. As mentioned, we have a couple of big stakes on the card today, including the Long Island, and a great weekend of stakes racing on the turf that will cap out today with a 1.375 on the inner for the Grade 3 event for fillies and mares. Here's a look at the field, and we'll have an opportunity to see the top two finishers from the Weya in La Mejana and Immensitude come back and battle it out again. A couple of intriguing prospects for trainer Graham Motion as well. And to talk a little bit more about it, welcoming in my co-host, New York Racing Association handicapper, Andy Serling. Andy, we've talked a lot about how lucky we've been with the weather here in New York and being able to have these turf races in the Long Island. Really a storied race that some talented fillies have won.
Yeah, no, I mean, I feel like I can remember the Long Island back in the 70s when I first started following the game, a race that we ran back there. And next week being the end of turf season, next Sunday, the last day of turf racing, and the weather supposed to be good next week as well, so it looks like we're going to make it through the season somehow relatively unscathed.
We're definitely thankful for that. We had some great stakes on the turf, as mentioned, on Friday and Saturday as well, but looking forward to today. And as far as that rematch does go with the top two finishers of the Weya coming out, you also have Avenue Niel, who finished 4th in the Weya, but Immensitude was the one who was chasing and pressing the pace setter earlier, so she kind of made the first move, and La Mejana making that big rally up the inside. A great ride from Kendrick Carmouche.
It was, and sort of the last time was the time, though. You got a big price on her last time, and obviously a tougher field, but the fuel didn't show up in there. I have different, there's different ways to look at it. Yes, you say the pace fell apart. Well, not. I mean, Idea Generation just isn't the same on a firm turf course as she was in that very sort of softer course up in Saratoga. So I don't know. The pace really did her in. I think that Immensitude ran fine. The problem for Immensitude, not that she can't win here, is she goes from a comfortable inside position to getting post 11 today, and with the rails coming down, she's going to have to work out the right kind of trip, and it's not going to be easy.
Well, trainer Graham Motion will send out a couple in here, namely no-show Sammy Joe, who has been in raging form recently. She's 3 for 3 so far in 2024, including this win in the all-along last time out at Laurel. Now, she does have to stretch out for the first time, but I know as you've looked into on pedigree, the added ground should be no problem for her.
Yeah, you look through the second dam especially, there's just a lot of long-distance turf racing and some fast horses in there as well. So on the dam side, there's no reason that she can't handle the distance. And we see the Loop to Vegas go longer. So I think she could flourish going longer. And she's had good trips in those races, and this is a tougher field. But to me, she feels like a horse that could really be on the improve.
She has certainly proved the reasoning for taking a shot in here. Slavian Pratt as well will get the call. He won on her back in May with no-show Sammy Joe. That's the Long Island. Coming up a little bit later on, we'll go with race number 8. And here's what else is on the program. Today's races, as always, presented by Claiborne Farm, a 9-race card. We also have the Forever Together in race 7, another stake on the turf. We've got pick 5, pick 6. Fast and firm here at the Big A in South Ozone Park. You can join Naira Bets and play all the action and a whole lot more while earning up to a $200 deposit match bonus. Sign up with promo code BONUS200 and you can earn up to a $200 deposit match right after your first deposit. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime, and join now at nairabets.com for your $200 deposit match. Just a little light breeze, as you can see from that lovely flag shot here at the Big A, and we'll take a look at the opener coming up a mile on the main track. Non-winners of 2 in life, running for 16,000, and right now it is the number 5 Ice Road dropping back down in class, who's currently the favorite. Andy, we'll meet the rest of the field, though, starting things off with a horse stretching out in distance, the One Majestic Arc.
And she could be the speed of the speed here, and I can understand the idea of trying to get her to wire the field. I'm a little suspect of her, but she could end up outrunning them from start to finish.
All right, Colton Gelding's coming up in this race. Here's the 2 Assertive Attitude.
1 for 14 lifetime, does have a good figure 2 back, but it's kind of a race I want to see him run back to because it's the only fast race he has, but not impossible.
Can Wine Responsibly turn it around?
I picked Wine Responsibly. He's 1 for 6. The rest of them are 1 for many, and he did break very badly last time.
York Tavern went by. Here's the favorite, Ice Road.
Ice Road's a horse that loves to run second, 1 for 26 with 8 seconds, 4/3. York Tavern doesn't like to hit the board as much, but is a 1 for 19.
Big price on Scotto.
1 for 38.
Deputy Connect off a layoff for Linda Rice.
Yep, coming off a layoff for Linda Rice. She doesn't have great numbers in these 4 to 8 month layoffs in the dirt, and this one's 1 for 19 with 8 seconds and thirds.
And to the outside, another big price, 14 to 1 though, on Golden Purchase, who drops back down in class.
I think it's appropriate that we save the best for last. We've got the 1 for 41 as the outside horse in this race.
Did finish second at this level at a big price at 2 starts back. Well, if you need some information, you can follow along, get all the stats on the horses, trainers, and jockeys in today's races with your free Equibase past performances. They've got you covered. Visit NYRA.com/TV schedule to download your free past performances on all the races on today's show. Pick 5 coming up here. We're taking a look, Andy, at your pick. Wine responsibly. Dropped down to this level last time out. Not the best of starts, though. It seems like he's better when he can kind of get into the race early on.
Well, in a race where the average of the horses is 1 for 22, 1 for 6 to me sticks out like a sore thumb. And listen, he didn't run that well last time, but he broke 3 lengths behind the field. Now, you always have to worry about that being a habit going forward. Not that we've seen him break that badly before. If he can break with the field, I think he's better. He was against the track 2 races back at Saratoga when he ran behind Boss Tweed, and I feel as though it was a much better field. A clean break, I think he'll be tough to beat, but I don't love him. I just don't love anybody here.
Looked like Jose Lascano giving him a big warm-up out there on the track. There is the 5 Ice Road, who ran poorly at this level 2 starts back, but it did seem like he was against where you wanted to be on the track. That being said, as you mentioned, he's hit the board several times, just enough to give you a little bit of hope.
Yeah, you know, when you get to a place where you're 1 for 26 and you've got 8 seconds, and if you look back to the November 25th race of last year when he lost at 75 cents the dollar, if you looked at the PPs of that race, you'd say, well, I guess he's finally found the race he has to break, break his numbers or his numbers 2 lifetime, and he couldn't do it. This horse does not want to win.
26 starts, as you mentioned, just the 1 win, 8 second place finishes. He's currently at 9 to 5. For more, though, on these horses as they warm up on the track, we welcome in champion jockey Richard Migliori. Richie, not a ton of form to sink your teeth into for this race. What are you seeing on the track to sway you one way or another?
Yeah, and again, when we talk about looking horses from a physical perspective, we're trying to match them up with what we see on paper. A horse that I would be remiss not to talk about because physically he just couldn't look any better is the 2 assertive attitude. This is a horse that's dabbled out. He looks like he's more going into the spring of the year instead of heading towards winter. Good to see Phil Serpy's name back on the program. And I think, listen, he's a big price. I don't like him on paper, but man, he could not look any better in the flesh. The 3 Wine responsibly. He kind of checks both boxes. He looks, terrific physically. He makes a lot of sense on paper. I agree with Andy. He's less exposed than a lot of his rivals here. Only 6 starts. Bred by Chester and Mary Broman. There's a lot to like there with the 3 Wine responsibly. I landed on the 4 York Tavern. He has had a lot of opportunities. But, boy, he looks tremendous. I love the way he's warmed up. He framed up beautifully on the track under apprentice Christopher Elliott. And I just thought he made sense on paper. And, again, the physical part kind of pushed me over the top here, guys. 4 York Tavern for me.
4 to 1 right now on York Tavern. Richie, thank you. He's a horse that's kind of been knocking on the door recently. Another one who has had several chances, of course, looking to kind of break through into this spot.
Hey, listen, this is not a race where if you want to spend time on this race telling people why you like a horse, you're going to have a lot of trouble. You're going to have a much easier time in discussing this race of why you don't like horses in here. And those races can be good and they can be bad because sometimes it'll lead you to a horse that looks terrible on paper and you say, you know what? I can make a case for this horse. He's simply no worse than the others. For instance, I think the horse in this race, and I picked him 4th, Maggie liked him a little bit, is the 1 Majestic Arc. Because the argument for him is, you know what? He could be the speed of the speed. He's run well when he finished 4th going a mile against better horses 4 back. He came back off a layoff last time, was probably running against a better field in there. Didn't get to be forward in there as they were moving very fast. So 2nd off a layoff for a trainer of the leadership Mongo, who we've seen win with some horses that you kind of have to, this is the kind of horse she wins with, right?
Yeah.
A horse that's a little ugly in the PPs, but found an uglier field. And while I didn't really like him, Maggie sort of convinced me a little more and more to look at him. I actually looked at him a lot, thinking, this horse can wire the field. Ultimately, I don't trust him. But who are you supposed to trust in this race? I mean, 9 to 5 on Ice Road, I'm sorry. I would like to book Ice Road in this race. If he wins, I lose. I have seen this horse run too many times. He does not want to win. The only way he's going to win a race is if he turns around one day top of the stretch and he's 5 lengths in front and he can't find anybody to come and catch him, because he will not pass that horse. I mean, that loss to Disappearance way back in November of last year was one of the most embarrassing losses I've seen.
9-5 on a horse. I think trust is certainly a relative term, especially for horses at this level. Everybody looking for the second win of their career. And look, claiming horses, backbone of the industry, they have to find their spots as well.
Yep.
But, you know, at the end of the day, they are not of the quality of some of the top stakes horses, for instance. And so you have to be a little bit more forgiving in certain cases and sometimes a little bit more creative in races like this as well.
No, I mean, the truth is, I have a saying that I've said for many, many years. Bad horses win bad races. As a handicapper, our job is to use whatever is appropriate for a given race to try to find winners and to try to do it at fair prices. And sometimes in these races, you can find some real gems. When you go to the window and the horse pays $31, they don't say, this was a lower level maiden claiming race. We're only going to give you $24. They give you the full money.
Yeah.
And it doesn't matter if it, let me tell you something, winning a bet in a long shot is just as exciting in a low level race as it is in a grade 1.
Absolutely. Very well put. So if you have an opinion, you like a price, maybe get a little creative with some of these types of races. An early pick 5 kicking off here. Well, today finally be the day for your favorite Ice Road. They load in for the opener here at Aqueduct on this Sunday afternoon. For the rest of the load and call, here's Chris Griffin.
There is Escato, Assertive Attitude. Assertive Attitude goes in. Deputy Connect. Next in, we've got Wine Responsibly. Wine Responsibly, Jose Lascano. York Tavern. And last to load will be Golden Purchase to the outside. Golden Purchase. Moving in, start of the early pick 5, race 1. All set. And they're up. Good speed. In between horses there comes Ice Road for early supremacy and At the Rail Majestic Arc, and also Assertive Attitude in that early mix with Golden Purchase. These 4 across the racetrack. Golden Purchase will be quickest. It's Golden Purchase who's in front, is up by a neck. Towards the inside At the Rail, Katie Davis and Majestic Arc. They're going to hold that position. Now Stock from second towards the inside is going to be about the 3 path. Right now, that's Golden Purchase and Moreno. They're the clear leader. Out wider now, moving towards the outside, Assertive Attitude is that shared third. Moving up on the far outside, York Tavern. That's the leading 4, and a nice journey here for Wine Responsibly is right in behind. Now a battling quartet for the lead. Just behind them comes Ice Road, and the 2 at the back, Deputy Connect with the trailer. Scotto, 4 across the racetrack here, 23.42 for that pressured opening quarter mile. Majestic Arc holds that rail position. Golden Purchase, the long shot right there. Assertive Attitude is looking for a seam and now sees it. Here comes Assertive Attitude. 3 wide is looming up on the outside. All in there, 4 wide is York Tavern. Just off of them, Wine Responsibly starts to slowly move into things, is still in 5th, but still about 4 off the leaders. The leader is Assertive Attitude, who battles on Golden Purchase, dropping out of it Majestic Arc. Still wide is York Tavern, but does have momentum, and here's York Tavern down the center of the racetrack. Wine Responsibly trying to pick it up from there. Also closing in is Ice Road, far outside Deputy Connect. The leader is now York Tavern, who's had that wine journey, and here comes Ice Road now rolling down the center of the racetrack, but still York Tavern is there. Big effort so far, York Tavern. Ice Road, the one with the shot. Ice Road to the outside of York Tavern. York Tavern needs the line. Ice Road up in time. Ice Road wins it over York Tavern. Wine Responsibly, then a photo. Deputy Connect with Golden Purchase in 1 minute 37 and 4.
Well, today was the day for Ice Road. Remember where you were when 1 for 26 became 2 for 27. The 4 York Tavern, who Richie liked, put forth a good effort, but a little bit more momentum from Ice Road.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, York Tavern was much the best in here, but I had to open my mouth, and I got Ice Road to the winner's circle. Unfortunately, I won't have him to bet against anymore, and he did whatever he could to hang in here, but there was just nothing he could do. He had a horse that was perched 4 wide around a vicious speed duel that just fell apart. I mean, 46.17 for these horses to have. That's like a Grade 1 race going in 43. It's faster than the Breeders' Cup pace that everybody's talking about, which, by the way, wasn't as fast as the times that they posted. And, you know, the 3 getting left again.
Yep.
He obviously has issues. And, I mean, I'm sorry if you bet York Tavern, you took a lousy beat. If you got 7-5 on Ice Road, I congratulate you. You would have gotten my money because I would have booked him at that price.
5, 4, 3, 7, and yeah, the 3 wine responsibly. He's just his own worst enemy. Off slowly again, really just hesitating out of the gate. And Jose Lezcano asking him to kind of get into position, but it's hard, especially as we talk about with lower level races when they break slow, having to rush up into contention there, and especially given what the pace was.
Yeah, now whether or not that cost the race, I don't know. But listen, you were warned, and I picked him. You were warned by his bad break last time. You cannot come out and complain that he got left because he had showed you a sign that he might do it again, just as you couldn't have complained if the 5 had hung as badly as he wanted to. But I guess he just found no way he could lose this race.
Just a little bit more push from Ruben Silveira down to the wire. There's Rudy Rodriguez, his trainer. Rudy always has the nice attire with all his logos and everything. He's very good at self-branding.
Yes, that's for sure. He's very good at self-promotion. But
yes.
Racing's a game. It's good to be good at self-promoting. There's a lot of things.
Absolutely. 7-5 on Ice Road. He finds the right spot to get the second win of his career, teaming up with jockey Ruben Silveira for another victory. 5, 4, 3, 7. Prices, reactions, and more when we come back. Things are just getting started here on America's Day at the Races. We'll also recap some of the big stakes action from yesterday. How about Integration? What a performance in the Red Smith as he got back to the winner's circle. More on that after this. Ice Road heading back to the winner's circle for the second victory of his career. You're watching America's Day at the Races. There's trainer Rudy Rodriguez, jockey Ruben Silveira. They win as the favorite with Ice Road, $4.90 winner in race number 1. Tough beat for York Tavern, if you liked. A nice call by Richie. That horse nearly getting the job done. Ice Road, though, the favorite with the win. Rudy Rodriguez standing by with Richie.
Yeah, thanks, Acacia. And Rudy, this is the third start for you, Ice Road, and you kind of put it all together today.
So all the credit goes to Ruben. He rode this horse from the gate up. The last time he rode it, he said, Rudy, this horse is very, very lazy. So I said, that's why I put you on. And today he tell Michael, my owner, so he tell, man, this horse I got to work. So you just keep working on. And he is slowly coming, but, all the credit goes to Ruben that he keep working with this horse because the 3-8 pole, I thought we was dead, and then he changed leads and it looked like he was coming. And he just a product, I was looking for a mile and a so, but maybe next time for 5,000 somewhere.
Well, he caught a very strong pace too to close into. But Rudy, you rode horses. You were a rider yourself. You know how difficult it is for a rider to ride one. I mean, he basically rode him for the entire mile.
Entire mile, especially now they got to be careful how many times you got to whip the horses up. Just give him all the credit for sure.
Rudy, you do good year round, but Aqueduct's always been a place you seem to excel at. Talk to me about Aqueduct and what it means to you.
So Aqueduct is home for me. I pretty much grow up everything over here. I started jogging before I was a jockey. I jogged this track. Maybe I know this track everywhere what he's doing. So, but just be happy. I want to be very sad when they close it for sure. It's a special place for us. And it's hard to see Aqueduct live.
Well, one thing we know, more things change or stay the same, the more things change. And I'm right with you. Aqueduct will always have a very special place in our heart and one of the hardest working men in horse racing right here.
Richie, thank you. Good to see teaming up for the victory here at Aqueduct Ice Road for Rudy Rodriguez. High fives and fist bumps all around. Congratulations to the team. As we mentioned before the break, though, yesterday, Andy and I were here to cover the races, and we saw some nice stakes performances. Andy, it was a good day around the country, in fact, for trainer Shug McGahee. But how about integration in the Red Smith? In fact, Shug actually running 1-2 in here with limited liability, who I know you had some interest in, but integration came flying late.
Yeah, I mean, I Shug might have finished the other way if limited liability had got a ridiculous ride. But having said that, the question with integration has never been his talent. He's got to keep it together. He's obviously had some issues, took a while to get the racetrack, had some breaks in there. But also the real question was the mile and 3/8 distance, because he ran so badly at Kentucky Downs, but he just furthers the argument that what happens in Kentucky Downs stays in Kentucky Downs, because he was awful in there. Kendrick gave him a perfect ride that day.
Yep,
and it wasn't a much better field. He was bad. But he was good here. Now, he rode a rail that was good with the rails down. He got a fabulous ride by Flavien Prat. He's a really good horse. I still question whether or not he's really best at this distance. And I imagine we'll see him in the Pegasus turf race, where he didn't perform well last year, but he also didn't get a very good trip in it last year.
No, he didn't, as we saw him actually go off as the favorite in the Pegasus turf last year after still being such a lightly raced horse, winning the first 3 races of his career last year's Hill Prince. But as we bring Richie here into this conversation, Richie, what were your thoughts on integration, a horse that we saw in New York at the beginning of his career with a lot of talent? Seems like he's putting it together at the right time.
Yeah, listen, he got an absolutely beautiful trip. I mean, how many times have we seen Flavien Prat deliver this kind of trip where you save ground, tip out at the right time? But what I was most struck by was going a mile and 3/8. His last furlong, the last furlong was run in 11 1/5, and he made up ground into that final fraction. So he was really running through the wire. I'm of the opinion that distance is not an issue whatsoever because of him finishing the way he did. It's rare when you see a horse go in these marathon distance to have that kind of acceleration, or turn of foot is the way we term it in the game. And I felt like this was in some ways a step forward to him. There was a lot of continuity to his run. He was always in the bridle, which helps the rider gauge how much he has underneath him and when to ask them for their best. And Hall of Fame Shug McGahee is a guy that develops horses over time, and I just think it's a horse that really put it together yesterday.
And a little furry friend in the winner's circle as well. Richie, thank you, as it was a big victory for Integration to get back to the winner's circle, show that he could handle the distance. But it's interesting what you bring up, Andy, because I had kind of commented on this in the paddock beforehand, that Integration is a really high energy horse, and he was aggressive on the track warming up with Flavien Prat, and I was actually a little concerned about him getting the added ground, but Flavien did a great job getting him to switch off early, and that's so key for these distance races.
Well, I mean, you see it on a daily basis of why Flavien Prat's going to win the Eclipse Award this year. He's just a fabulous, fabulous rider. And the thing about him is, a good rider can suit any horse, but there's some people have different strengths. It's not that he has different strengths. He has no weaknesses. I don't know if he has any strengths other than everything. Because it seems like he's good with speed horses, he's good with closers, he's good at finding position, he's good in the turf, he's good in the dirt. And this isn't to criticize anybody else in any way, but Flavien is he just has really everything in the game. He's going to give a bad ride occasionally. It's the nature of the game. Occasionally you make a wrong decision and it blows up in your face. But man, for the most part, he is just dynamite.
We're all human at the end of the day.
Except
Flavien Prat.
I know what I am.
That's right. Flavien Prat, he has some big stakes chances this afternoon as well, including teaming up with trainer Chad Brown. They have the 4-5 morning line favorite Delahaye coming up in the Forever together. And we'll see if she can pick up another stakes win to her credit. There's him in the winner's circle following the Diana. Certainly knows how to win for the barn.
Tonalist, a 4-time Grade 1 winner with 11 triple-digit buyers, including the Belmont Stakes and the Cigar Mile. He's already living up to his potential as a sire with multiple graded stakes winners, including Grade 1 winner Country Grammar and Grade 2 winner Tonalist Shape, plus multiple 6-figure yearling and 2-year-old sales. Proven on the track, proven in the sales ring. Tonalist, standing at Lane's End.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at nairabets.com.
There's a big, bold, beautiful world waiting to be explored by you and your friends, of course. But not just any friends, the best of friends. The kind of friends who let you do you. Because in this world, it's positive vibes only. And when you get in the zone here, you stay a while. These aren't just good times, they're the best of times. And your time is now. So come explore. Resorts World.
Well, we're obviously very excited to have Annapolis. He bred 149 mares in his first year at stud. He was a very fast 2-year-old juvenile.
Annapolis breaks his maiden at Saratoga, going long on the turf.
As a 3-year-old, won a few races, which culminated Grade 1 Coolmore Mile at Keeneland, set the stakes record.
It is Annapolis to win the Coolmore Turf Mile.
He bred his first book of mares this year. He was very heavily supported by his breeders, Ramon and Perry Bass. They bought a lot of nice mares for him and bred to him. They really put a really good book of mares underneath him, and we're really excited about what this foals are going to look like come the spring.
America's Day at the Races brought to you by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual, unusually well. We'll take a look at our other stake race coming up today that we alluded to before the break in the Forever Together, which goes as race number 7. This is a mile and a 16th on the turf. And Delahaye, a short price on the morning line, Andy, as she does come out of a near miss in a compact field in the Boston spa behind her talented stablemates. I think she's best when she can use that tactical speed.
I agree with that. She's a horse that's best, and they've decided to rate her a little more than I would have wanted to, and it cost her in some races. But she's losing in this race to Voot Cachet and Gina Romantica. Gina Romantica came out of this race to win a Grade 1 her next start. Voot Cachet was a Grade 1 winner and a multiple grade stakes winner this year. I mean, they're just a class above these. The reality of Delahaye is if she shows up and runs her usual race today, there's no way anyone can beat her unless she gets a terrible trip. And I respect Breath Away, and I agree with the line. She's the second likeliest winner. Ruby Moxie obviously not running. And Tasso's also scratched. Breath Away's a neat horse, and I like her, but she's not as good as Delahaye. It's as simple as that.
Breath Away, who got a big allowance victory 2 starts back, comes out of a 3rd place finish behind the Noble Damsel. Ocean Club wired the field that day, and really Dylan Davis had no other choice than to tip outside. Probably not where you really wanted to be, and she was game, but I think it was just a case where she just wasn't catching the winner.
Yeah, the winner had everything her own way, was able to control, and I think you're right that moving outside probably mitigated her closing kick a little bit. At the end of the day, she ran well, and she's an incredibly consistent horse. The problem is her consistency is consistently 3 to 4 lengths slower than Delahaye's, and I mean, in this race, all things considered, Delahaye's a surprising horse to show up, and she's probably just too good for these.
Maybe just a class above what she's going to face this afternoon, coming out of 4 straight graded stakes tries, including one of those a victory in the Mint Julep. That's the Forever Together coming up a little bit later on. But first we have race 2, a maiden claiming going 7 furlongs on the main track for 20,000. Horses in the paddock. Let's check in with Richie.
Yeah, guys, an interesting group here. We're going to start talking about the 2 Colette's Joy, who is getting back to sprinting on the dirt. Started her career sprinting on the dirt and looked promising beginning. And then she wound up on synthetic. She wound up stretching out. She's been off since April, but I tell you, she looks very fit for trainer Linda Rice. And I just thought she was interesting. She was claimed for 50. She shows up here for 20. But you've got to spot horses where you think they can excel. And from a physical perspective, I think she looks fit enough to run extremely well off of that layoff. The 6, She's Wicked Smart, making a really nice impression. Her debut run in Saratoga in a maiden special was good, and then her last 2 races left a lot to be desired, but she's taken that significant drop in class, or plunge in class to the maiden 20 level, takes the blinkers off, so you're getting a bunch of changes, and she looks outstanding. She would absolutely get the Paddock check mark, the pick here from the appearance standpoint. And the 8 Wild Iris from Dave Duggan barn, first 2 starts on turf, got to the dirt at this level last time and ran extremely well at this level, and I just think she's sitting on another good one again. Dave Duggan does great work. His horses look good, and this is no exception here.
We'll see if she can build off of that 3rd place finish. Richie, thank you. Wild Iris currently 3-1. The favorite 2-1 down to the inside, though, in number 1, Millie Jean, who was 2nd in that start last time out. It was a big drop in class off of a big layoff for her. Can she break through today?
I think her last loss was an inexcusable loss at 2-5. Millie, she had the run of the race. There was an edge to being inside speed. I don't think it was strong, but it certainly didn't hurt, and she couldn't take advantage of it. Now she's supposed to face pressure from She's Wicked Smart. If that one can run at all, she's probably faster early. And you've got Colette's Joy coming back for Linda Rice. So it is a much, much tougher field today. And if she runs a similar effort to last time, I don't know that she'll beat Wild Iris, but I'd be very surprised if she wins this race. And I think she's a very dubious favorite, and she is favored in doubles.
And there she is, 2-1 Millie Jean off of a layoff from November to October of this year. At least she comes back at the same level and a little bit longer today.
Yeah, and I don't see why longer would help her. And when you get a race gift wrapped like you get the last one and you can't accept the gift, you're not likely to win the next time.
Colette's Joy went by. More on her in a moment. There's a long shot, the 3, Eddie's Rocket.
Eddie's Rocket's obviously overmatched on paper. I prefer Colette's Joy, who will come down in price.
Corey Felice, disappointing last time out.
You know, this is the horse they claimed for an off-the-turf race in Saratoga. And once again, a race gift wrapped, and she didn't get it done, and look what's happened.
Yeah, purchased at the digital sale. The 5, Lucky and Gorgeous, went by. Here, She's Wicked Smart.
Lucky and Gorgeous actually has a back race that makes her not impossible. She's Wicked Smart, lost to the champ in her debut, and it's all been downhill since then.
That's the fact, Jack.
Well, I hate to give him the facts here, but you're in trouble.
Wild Iris, third behind Millie Jean last out.
Was kind of picking up pieces. I thought it was a race falling apart, but I could understand her being effective here.
And first time on dirt for Jenna's Mercy.
She better be better in the dirt. She doesn't have a pedigree that says she's supposed to move up on it.
Well, you can get the inside track on handicapping with Naira Betts Track Stats. Anything that you want to know the answer to, Track Stats has it. For more stats on tracks across the country, visit NairaBetts.com. Today, the number 1, Millie Jean, get a chance to rematch with Wild Iris in here. I guess the one thing that you could say in the favor of Millie Jean is maybe she needed that race off the layoff. Could be a little bit more fit today, but as you said, she showed plenty of speed, had the run of the race. Wild Iris coming from off of it to check in third.
Yeah, I could never endorse her off of this effort. I feel like when you lose at odds on, it's just such a huge knock, and the shorter you are, the worse it is. And this is just a more dangerous field. Now listen, maybe Colette's Joy can't run anymore. Claimed in April, comes back 7 months later. Now Linda Rice stats are okay with maidens off layoffs, but who knows? Maybe it's just a bad claim and she's in for 20, she can't run. Maybe she's wicked smart. It looks like the speed won't show the speed. She won't be able to run. And it turns out she's dropping substantially for a reason, in which case this horse finds herself on a loose lead and she can't lose, kind of. But I just think it's highly unlikely that both of the 2 and 6 are going to be total no-shows in this race, because that, to me, is the only way she's going to win.
Well, there is the 2, Colette's Joy. I know you had some interest in this one. Obviously, she's got some questions to answer as well. Claimed back in April. We haven't seen her since then.
Yeah, I mean, she's claimed for 50 and she's running for 27 months later. That's not exactly a positive move. I looked up some stats for Linda Rice. 5 to 9 month layoff, since it's a 7-month layoff. With maidens, she's 7 for 26. I'm sorry, 7 for 27, 26%, $1.88 ROI, which is solid. And with horses off the claim, she's 2 for 3, for whatever it's worth, with a 463 ROI. But it shows that she has these horses come back in maidens, and they usually run pretty well. But this is a big drop, and I can understand people being scared by it. I prefer her, but I'm not saying I'm brimming with confidence.
She's wicked smart. The 6, as you mentioned, she finished third on debut to Just FYI, eventual 2-year-old champion, and then came back and is disappointed in her 2 subsequent starts. However, this is a significant drop in class. She's one that typically does get really revved up and really hot before her races, and maybe she just needs some softer competition, and this could be the day.
She lost to a stakes horse in Too Sharp, albeit by 35 lengths last time. And this Just FYI race was productive for Just FYI. The second place finisher has come back and done nothing but burn money now in Linda Rice's barn, and she's wicked smart the same. But this big drop, and they've given up. Now maybe she can't run anymore, but in general, these kind of drops, they seem to work. And you've got 2 horses. Rob Falcone, maiden special claim to maiden claimers in the dirt. At Naira, he's 6 for 19. Overall, he's 8 for 23. Now, off layoffs, he's only 8. You know, he hasn't run in 3 months. He's only 0 for 1 with just sort of layoffs around 90 days. But it just seems like he has great numbers first time for a tag, non-maidens. It just seems like too often Rob Falcone, Linda Rice horses are live on drops, and for both of them not to show up, maybe it happens, but I'm guessing one of them will, and that one will win.
7-2 on She's Wicked Smart. For more, let's go back to Richie.
She's checking the boxes for me. I like everything I'm seeing from the 6. She's wicked smart. She looks like that coiled up spring we talk about, waiting to be released. She is affiliated, tends to run a bit hot, and she's kind of kept it together. I mean, she's all there. She's right kind of at that simmering point, but she hasn't simmered over. I do think, though, at some point she's the one that's going to be taking on the one horse, Millie Jean, and it could set up for someone to pick her off late, and that's why I landed on the 8, Wild Iris, another one just making a great impression here. Last time she didn't handle kickback very well. She was drawn towards the inside in a smallish field. Now she's drawn towards the outside, and I don't anticipate her having to deal with that kind of kickback, at least early, until she finds her stride. So Wild Iris, I think, just lurking from just off the pace, but I think She's Wicked Smart is sitting on a good one, and particularly with the drop in class. You know, when they drop in class, they don't have to work as hard to get to the position they want as when they're facing tougher competition. And sometimes it's just about getting in that good rhythm and getting air, getting to breathe well.
Richie, thank you. We'll see how it plays out as the tepid favoritism has now actually shifted over to Wild Iris. What are your thoughts about Richie's theory that it could set up for a horse like this to close?
I guess it's possible. I don't know. I didn't think there'd be that strong a pace. I suppose if the one is super aggressively ridden against the 6 goes. I don't see Katie Davis normally riding like that, though she's supposed to be intent on going to lead with a 6. I guess it's possible. I didn't like that horse, but I respect Richie's opinion, and I think he's a crazy favorite, or she is. She was kind of just picking up pieces. I feel like she's coming out of. Once again, my position in this race is one of the 2 or 6 are going to show up. If they don't, horses like the 1, 5, and 8 can definitely win. But I think if either the 2 or 6 or both of them show up, it's going to be very hard for them to win. Now, they're both a little bit tepid on the board, and maybe you think, I don't trust either one of them. My problem is, it's easier. You try to beat one horse you don't trust. When you've got 2, certainly 3, it's hard to beat all of them. It could happen, but my opinion is the one I'm going to win. And that's the opinion I'm sticking with.
See who gets to have graduation day today. Maiden Claiming coming up next. Everybody looking for the first win of their career. 5-2 now on the number 8 Wild Iris, hoping for some pace up front for her to close. Richie has some interest in that one. Andy going with the 2 Colette's Joy off the claim and the layoff for Linda Rice, both going against the number 1 Millie Jean, who was that early favorite. As they start to load in for race 2, a pick 4 kicking off here as well. And some fun races still to come in the sequences. I know we've had some lower level races at the start, but latter part of the card in the middle of the race, you've got a really good 2-year-old race and a salty allowance.
Oh, the 6th race today is a tremendous race, a very, very strong race, a really good allowance race. I agree. It's probably a more competitive race than either one of the stakes in the turf. So
it is.
I agree with you. The 6, 7, 8, and the 5th race, 2-year-old turf. Maiden's going to mile 16th. They're always fun races. So I agree. As you say, we start out here with a couple of lower level races, but things are going to really pick up, especially in the latter part of the card.
A lot to look forward to, but first, race 2, Maiden Claiming on the main track. Chris Griffin standing by.
Eddie's Rocket stepping forward. Start of the early pick 4 here. Here's Eddie's Rocket. That's the Fact Jack. Corey Felice. Eric Hensel and Corey Felice now go in. Wild Iris. Next to load. And the outside runner, Jenna's Mercy. Kendrick Harmouche. Jenna's Mercy steps forward. And in. All set. Got a rider off there, Eddie's Rocket. Madison Olver. Back aboard. And they're off. Down at the rail, early speed with Millie Jean. It's Millie Jean out towards the lead, and Millie Jean is up by a neck. Here comes pressure from Corey Felice, down right there in second. Now Corey Felice will challenge and puts ahead in front of Millie Jean, who's back to second. Moving forward is She's Wicked Smart. Takes the 3rd spot with Wild Iris in 4th, and At the Rail, Colette's Joy is in 5th. In between horses, That's the Fact Jack. Losing some ground was Jenna's Mercy. The 2 at the back, Lucky and Gorgeous, with Eddie's Rocket. They're chasing Corey Felice and Eric Hensel. They're clear. They're up by 2. 22 and 3 for the opening quarter mile. Here's pressure towards the outside from She's Wicked Smart. It's going to beat Millie Jean to that spot. Is now back to 3rd. Moving forward, here comes Wild Iris with a nice run, and Wild Iris is moving along. Wild Iris is passing rivals quickly, has taken 3rd. Millie Jean is back to 4th. Under a drive here towards the back. Colette's Joy is trying to rally. That's the Fact Jack. Very wide run. Jenna's Mercy far back to the rest. Lucky and Gorgeous with some late momentum. 46 and 1. A half-mile time. She's Wicked Smart has taken the lead. She's Wicked Smart's about to be confronted by Wild Iris, who had that sustained rally, but She's Wicked Smart has still got the lead. It's She's Wicked Smart here in the final stages. Wild Iris catching with every stride. She's Wicked Smart still with a head in front. Wild Iris now maybe edging clear late. Wild Iris, She's Wicked Smart. Wild Iris, She's Wicked Smart. Wild Iris, She's Wicked Smart. Photo finish. Photo between Wild Iris to the outside, She's Wicked Smart. Then came Corey Felice and a late run from Lucky and Gorgeous in 1 minute 24.31 seconds.
Photo finish between the 8 Wild Iris and the 6 She's Wicked Smart. It was tight, Andy, but I think the outside horse got all the bob there.
It's kind of a mirror image of the 2 races, and you'll see the finish there, and I think Acacia's right. We'll get there eventually. It's kind of like a mirror image of the first race, where arguably the best horse finished second, in the sense that, you know, the 6 was stalking a pace that completely and totally incinerated, not in her comfort zone on the lead. Not that she had a bad trip, but they went 46.21. There was Wild Iris sitting in the garden spot behind her, and Lane Leslie just out finishing Katie Davis. She did come back a bit at the end. I'm sorry we didn't see the slow-mo. I don't know what happened there, but I think it was close, but I agree with you. I think the 6 won.
There it is. Outside. Ooh, that's tight. It's hard to see.
I don't know if she was able to get back. It's very hard to see.
She's Wicked Smart came back.
She definitely
right
came back and got a
end.
bob.
She was
so
fighting. And it was the
eight.
8. Yeah, tight just at the wire. 8, 6, 4, 5. Tough beat for She's Wicked Smart.
You collected at 7 to 5 and 2 to 1 in these first 2 races. I'd go buy a lottery ticket if I were you. You had them both. You had a cold double. Lottery ticket day for you. Wow.
Lottery ticket indeed. Wild Iris, top pick for Richie, did get the setup that he thought could potentially play out. She's Wicked Smart, valiant in defeat, fighting down to the wire. I wonder if she got claimed. She's Wicked Smart on the drop.
You don't see a lot of maiden claimers getting claimed, and I guess the question you ask yourself is, you know, why they don't get claimed is, what are you gonna do if they win?
Yeah.
And do you want them if they lose? So the answer is no, and that's why you don't see a lot of maiden claimers getting claimed.
Number 8, Wild Iris with the win, though. Lane Luzzy in the saddle. Again, 8, 6, 4, 5. Prices and more when we come back, and we'll talk about the ageless, the master, John Velasquez, another Breeders' Cup victory this year. Still riding strong, already has a stakes win this weekend. 2. More on his story after this. Stay with us.
Down, get in, 350. Here we go. 3 here, 50, down 4, 8.5, in the back. 1,400,000 stands way in the back. Thank you.
1,000,005, and I'm $1,600,000, $150,000, $1,550,000 and a half. $1,500,000. Jody, thank you.
Please hold your applause.
Charlatan, ultra impressive.
It's a new day for a new king.
You're watching America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by Naira Bets. You can bet any track, anywhere, anytime. I love that view of the of the Empire State Building where they have the Naira Bets logo over it. It has to be right outside Madison Square Garden, right?
It's been a long time to walk up there and be able to put that up there. It was a lot of work. Mitch Levitas and I actually did that.
To hang
we
it
went
on
outside,
the side like
the
that, nice
windshield,
little
like the
banner.
window
Yeah.
wipers, yeah.
Into the winner's circle, breaking her maiden in race 2, Wild Iris with the victory for Dave Duggan. She got the setup, one dirty nose over She's Wicked Smart. The winner, though, trained by Dave Duggan, was standing by with Richie.
Yeah, thanks, Acacia. Dave, Wild Iris made just such a beautiful physical presence. I mean, she really carrying good weight, and her coat was terrific. You had to feel pretty good about her coming in.
I mean, off our last race on the dirt, I mean, we were kind of throwing stuff at the wall the last time. We didn't know for sure. Her works were just okay, and we put the blinkers on just for a little bit of focus. You know, like I said, when she worked in the mornings, I mean, you were not getting excited about her, but we knew that she had some form in the turf. So we entered on the turf, and things were a little scatty. Things just didn't work out. She was having issues and stuff like that, and the races weren't filling and stuff. So we ultimately ended up last time on the dirt, and I thought she'd improved quite nicely off the race.
Well, and I think being drawn outside probably helped her too, because last time she didn't take the kickback that well early on.
No, she's an awkward little filly to train. I mean, she's not the easiest one, so it's hard to school her as much as you would like in the mornings. But she had been improving quite nicely. Like I said, she had a lot of ups and downs during her last year off. So she was supposed to run 4 or 5 months ago and just wasn't working out.
Well, and talk about that process. I mean, here's a filly that it took you about over a year to get her back to the races. Not only do you have to deal with the horse getting her there, but ownership as well.
Well, we did, like I said, the ownership were quite understanding. We sent her up there for some rehab, and she swam during the summer when things weren't going that well. So I think that was a major factor.
Dave, things have been really going well. Your horses have been running extremely well. First at the Belmont at Big A Stand, and now continue on to this Aqueduct meet.
Yeah, I mean, listen to me. It's all based on the quality of the horse. I mean, listen, we've been given better horses. And obviously, like I said, if you don't get in their way, you're 90% halfway there.
Great job. Not only does he get his horses looking good, he spots them well as well.
In the right place today, Richie, thank you. Wild Iris with the victory to break her maiden for trainer Dave Duggan. As coming up next, we have a nice allowance field in race number 3, going a mile on the main track here. Currently, no surprise, the number 4, Autumn Evening, stretching out in distance, your even money favorite.
Yeah, I don't totally trust this horse. Obviously, she's the horse to beat in this race. We'll see how much pressure she gets from the inside of Nature's Candy. Now that John Velasquez looks to open up on horses, she does get Lasix for the race, and she ran in two tough spots in her last 2 races. She's the horse to beat, but I'm interested in some others.
Coming out of a try in the Prioress, she'll be piloted for the first time today, though, by Hall of Fame jockey John Velasquez. And Johnny's pretty much been there and done that in just about every big race in the sport of horse racing. But as he continues to ride in top form and in the biggest races of our sport, he not only continues to be a top rider, but he's a great ambassador, giving back to the sport that has given him so much. John Velasquez is in the Hall of Fame and has captured 2 editions of the Belmont Stakes. He has 2 Eclipse Awards as champion jockey, has earned more money than any of his colleagues, and has won 3 Kentucky Derbies. However, his legacy continues to grow, not for what he accomplishes on the track, but for his actions when off the track. Honored as the 2009 George Wolfe Memorial winner by his peers, Velasquez never fails to lend a helping hand, words of wisdom, financial support, or a smile to anyone he encounters.
John Velasquez is a role model for our industry, horse racing. It's not only himself. He always tries to share for somebody else.
He's the person we looked up to when I was in the jockey school. But when I get here, I get to know him. He played a big role for my career. He teach me a lot on the track, but he teach me a lot off the track.
Everybody knows how good he is in the track, doing his job. He's a great jockey. He wins all kind of races. But besides of being a jockey, he's a great person.
Velasquez, who is second in Breeders' Cup victories with 20, also tirelessly promotes safety for jockeys. He has been the chairman of the Jockeys Guild since 2006 and has been on the board of directors for the Permanently Disabled Jockeys Fund since its inception that same year.
He's not only himself, he always looking for somebody else, safety first, and always looking for making progress, helping the industry, help the whole racing.
It's hard on me about the way I was riding, you know, a little too aggressive, so he started telling me, try to don't do that because you're gonna lose more in the long way, so he tried to teach me good things, so thanks him.
I think, you know, he's going to have multiple legacies. One of them is going down as one of the greatest riders of all time, but also someone who gave a lot back to the game, you know, and especially with the Jockey's Guild, contributes so much to his fellow riders.
The first jockey to win more than 2,000 races at Belmont Park, Velasquez continues to ride high. His impact on the industry, however, transcends his performance in the saddle and will do so for decades to come.
It was a lot of sacrifices and a lot of discipline, you know, to stay, you know, year after year after year. First of all, you have to be healthy and be blessed, you know, to be here, though, you know. And also, I'm being blessed with the people that I work with and the people who give me opportunity to stay here, to still here. So I think that's all it takes.
And we have an update actually following that feature. Now 21 career Breeders' Cup wins for the Hall of Fame jockey. Picked up the Breeders' Cup Sprint this year with Straight No Chaser in a valiant effort.
There you go.
Inducted into the Hall of Fame in 2012, two-time Eclipse Award champion jockey as well. An astounding number of stakes wins.
You know what's interesting? I'm looking at that career total in victory in earnings, just under $500,000. We showed the thing the other day with the Ortiz brothers, where they're just around 600 million, I'm sorry, combined. But Johnny Velasquez has been riding longer than the two of them. It just really shows you how much the purses have gone up in the last few years, what they're riding for, because Johnny's been around a long, long time.
Yeah. Doing it the hard way. Well, he's on the favorite coming up here in this next third race, and that is Autumn Evening. Currently even money right now there. She is getting the tack on in the paddock. More on her and her chances along with the rest of the field after this. Stay with us on America's Day at the Races.
Deep in the heart of horse country, from these Kentucky hills has sprung a legacy rivaled by few. From the all-time greats of yesterday to the breed-shaping bloodlines of today, our roots hold strong with the promise of tomorrow. For over a century, our passion has guided us to where we stand and everything we stand for. Claiborne Farm, the tradition continues.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at NairaBets.com.
War Dancer, New York's leading turf sire, continues the momentum with standouts like Ms. Big Bucks.
Ms. Big Bucks gets the victory.
As well as Born Dancer.
Born Dancer, gutsy, and Born Dancer wins it.
And 26 Black, winner of 3 of his last 5 starts.
26 Black has sprinted by. 26 Black, that's your winner.
Shouldn't you have a War Dancer? War Dancer, New York's #1 turf sire, standing at Rockridge Stud for the 2025 season.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races. You're watching live coverage here on FS2. We have the third race coming up in about 12 minutes. Just want to give a heads up. Don't shoot the messenger. At 1:05 or thereabouts. We will be moving over to the Fox Sports app. Of course, you can always continue to watch on Naira Bets as well. Coming up on FS2 will be Duke, Maryland women's college basketball. FS1 running late with soccer coverage over there. So do take note of that. We'll be back on FS2 when we can be. But there is a look at the number 4 Autumn Evening, stretching back out a distance. She did win going a mile back in May of last year. This will be her second start now with trainer Todd Pletcher.
Yeah, now she was with Rick Dutcher then. It's her second one, as you say, with Todd. And obviously she was running against much better horses in her last 2 starts. She didn't do a lot of running in there, but still ran well enough to compete here. I don't know that her races are so fast, other than being stake-faced, that she's supposed to be such a heavy favorite over the 3 and 5. You know, the 5 ran a very big figure last time, a higher buyer speed figure than Autumn Evening ever run. This is her win 3 races back when she ran the mile distance against allowance horses. And Camera wasn't running very well then. She improved in a subsequent start after that. She's okay, but is she really even money better than these horses? Or are they just looking at the fact that she's stake-faced?
Yep, and has been running against some tough company in her last couple of races. In the Pryor's and Victory Ride, though, sprinting. And you can even see it there in that mile try. She's a bit of a quirky type. Sometimes kind of runs with her head turned a bit as well. She's even money right now. Richie in the paddock with us. Richie, what do you make of her as the favorite?
Yeah, I'm kind of going along with you guys in that respect. You know, she's won going a mile, but looking at her from a physical perspective, she's a little shorter, squatter type. Not exactly the kind that I think of, you know, screams a mile right away, but she has won at the mile distance. So horses, you know, we can have opinions, right? Horses have the answers. Kind of gets the makeover, though. Blinkers off, first-time Lasix. Does have a really good coat, though, for a filly that has training up in Saratoga till most recently. You know, colder up there. Their coats are going to start coming in. So she looks very healthy. I just question her at a shorter price going the mile. The 2-horse Midtown Lights, I think, makes some sense here. She was very, very difficult saddling, and she's gotten very hot as well. They had to saddle her on the walk, and I'm just not overwhelmed or not crazy about how she looks and how she's handling the proceedings. Now, this might not be out of character for her. I honestly don't have a reference point in that. Acacia, maybe you have a little more familiarity with this particular horse. I will say the horse that is a standout from a physical perspective is the 3 Sweetest Princess. Now, she's got races in her past that would be good enough to be competitive here. And I think that maybe she's just rounded to form. You put a line through her grass race, a mile and a quarter before that. And Fernando Abreu is a trainer that I just have so much respect for. He spent so much of his, so many of his years with Alan Jerkins, learning at the foot of one of the greatest horsemen, the master, if you will. And if I was picking purely on looks, she would be a standout, the 3 Sweetest Princess.
Richie, thank you. She's a nice price at 5-1 right now. Quickly to wrap up his thoughts on the 2 Midtown Lights. She's one that always saddles on the walk. That is typical of her, and she can certainly be a handful in the preliminaries. So normal things for Midtown Lights. But of course, you like to see them minding their P's and Q's in the preliminaries. But as far as Sweetest Princess is concerned, high marks from Richie in the paddock. Andy, I know you have some interest in this filly.
Yeah, she's a horse. I picked her in this race. She's a horse that needs some help up front. She's not exactly have much speed, and she needs a little bit of pace up front, and it's not clear she's going to get it. But, you know, I like the fact that I mean, Jimmy Ferrari did a very good job with her. And, yeah, I'm a fan of Fernando Abreu as well, but Jimmy did such a good job with her. I don't see this being some sort of big move up by any stretch. And you look at her. She's not a turf horse. They ran on the turf last time. Time before that, it's going a mile and a quarter. Who cares what she did that day? Time before that, she's on a wet, speed-favoring track, chasing around Silver Skillet, who ran a hole in the wind. So she's had 3 straight sort of no-chance races. And her prior races, you know, trying to go 6 furlongs behind the speedy, everyone loves Linda. Losing horses like Stonewall Star and Venti Valentine and Security Code. They're just better horses. Yeah. And she's got some figures that are fast enough. I think the 4 is way over bet at 4-5 here. I don't know how anybody looks at her PPs and thinks she's a good bet at under even money. Horse to beat, no question about it, but she looks like an 8 or 9-5 shot, not a 4-5 shot. I think Luna Moth, who right now is being completely ignored, is interesting. I know her last race stands out in isolation, but it's her first time for Linda Rice, and those were pretty good horses that she was running against late, and she was really running late. Now, like the 3, she'll need some help up front. But at 8-1, I think it's you can take a shot with her. I just think this race, they're really overbetting the 4. And why is Midtown Lights the second choice? Because Flavian's riding?
Yeah, that I don't know. I think it kind of looks like Stakes Company last time out, but it was a relatively slow race that she was running in prior to that. Yes, she has some speed, but thought that she'd need to take a step forward to compete with these.
Right. I mean, she chased a fast pace two back, but Cali Magic was in front of her and easily beat her. And it feels to me like she may be a horse whose form is going to dissipate, leaving Brad Cox's barn.
So we're leaving FS2. I'm told you can continue watching on the NYRA YouTube. There's always a live stream of America's Day at the races or on NYRA Bets. We hope to be back on Fox Sports shortly. Please stay with us on America's Day at the races. You're watching America's Day at the races. Thank you for sticking with us. The good thing is I'm already joined by a YouTube star, Andy, here with me.
A big
I
YouTube
know
star.
you've always wanted to be an influencer, so here's your chance to continue that trend.
If I'm influencing you, you really need to rejudge your life.
You don't do any get ready with me videos?
What is that?
Where you get ready for the day.
Nobody would want to see me getting ready for the day. Nobody that's ever seen me getting ready for the day doesn't regret it. And nobody that saw it going forward wouldn't regret it.
Let's take a look at Luna Moth, as you mentioned, a gaudy buyer speed figure last time out, but facing some good horses. Second place finisher Mighty Madison came back to win with a 78 buyer speed figure in her subsequent start. But this is a horse who was really coming off of it, from off of it, and finishing strong. If there is some pace up front, she will be running.
Yeah, I mean, this was a huge improvement for her from a speed figure standpoint and gives her a figure that makes her easily as capable of beating the favorite in this race. Now, she is a pace-compromised horse, but this was first time for Linda Rice, and she was running at the end. Why can't she take another step forward? She's a crazy price in this race. And frankly, the horse I like, the 3, just took a pop from 5 or 6 to 1 down to 7 to 2, and I won't bet the 3 at 7 to 2. She's no 7 to 2 shot
I was
here.
just going to say, you're getting value on pretty much everybody besides the favorite, and now the 3, Sweetest Princess, really kind of going down to second choice now at 7 to 2. We'll meet the rest of the field, though, starting off with a Parks Invader, the number 1, Nature's Candy.
Yeah, she figures to be a speed in this race, whether or not it means she's good enough. She's not untalented, but it's just
won by
tough.
5 3/4 lengths last time out. There's Midtown Lights.
Yeah, I just wonder if a horse who got good kind of suddenly for Brad Cox is going to keep that form in a new barn.
Sweetest Princess, 7 to 2.
We've gone over the reasons I like her. I think she's a contender, but right now 7 to 2 is not a very good price.
Your favorite, Autumn Evening.
Yeah, she's the horse to beat. I don't discount that. She's been in tougher fields, gets Lasix, but I think that she's a little overbet right now.
The 5, Luna Moth, still a generous price.
She's the one. I'm going to bet her to win. If the odds stay where they are now, I'm not betting the 3 to 1. I'm betting her to win at 7 to 1.
There's Willow Bend.
Yeah,
Linda Rice.
she ran okay last time, but I felt like I don't know if I trusted it's her best race in quite a while for Linda, but she's not impossible.
And Miss Tart.
Yeah, it's an ex-Brad Cox horse. It's going to have to run faster than she did, and generally I stay away from horses leading those barns, but she's a big price if you like her.
You can get in the game with the NYRA Bets YouTube channel. If you're watching us right now, odds are you might be on YouTube already, so it's an easy jump from there. Tune in to race previews, full card analysis, and betting tutorials from tracks around the world. Subscribe now and bet with confidence at youtube.com/NYRA Bets. Our friend Matthew DeSantis doing great work over there with all kinds of content for you to enjoy. There's a look at Irad Ortiz and the 3, Sweetest Princess. How do you expect this race to play out tactically, Andy?
Well, clearly the 4 is going to be forward here. Now, John Velasquez is not a rider that looks to take advantage and be over-aggressive. So probably the one with the Dorno will come out aggressively and Johnny will stalk. And the question becomes, does a horse like Willow Bend? Willow Bend could force the pace a little bit. And when you have 3 horses in a pace, it makes the possibility that the pace gets hotter much, much more likely. 2 horses, you rarely see it, especially around here. But if a 3rd horse joins, they could heat up a little bit. If that happens, obviously it's going to help horses, particularly like the 3 and 5. If not, if just the 1 goes and Johnny sits and it's a tepid pace, and we've seen a mile and a 7-furlong race for lower level horses, we've seen them go just over 46.5 in those races. So if they're going 47 and change here, they're absolutely walking. So keep a look at, keep an eye on how quickly they're going up front. I mean, relative to the first two races, which did feature fast paces, especially for that level, they were running 46 and change. These horses are much better horses.
Both Andy and Richie going against the favorite with the 3, Sweetest Princess. Richie, what are you seeing from her warming up?
I loved her in the paddock, continued to love her on the racetrack. She checks all the boxes for me from a physical perspective. And sometimes you got to kind of look at the past performances and use a little bit of imagination. And all of her races when the weather was cooler are better than when she ran in the summertime. And some horses just are more seasonal. And you see it a lot more with fillies and mares where certain times of the year they get good because the weather agrees with them. It is a cooler day today. It's, pleasantly cool, but cooler. And she just got great energy, real animation to her movement. I like her a lot. Loved her on, looks in the paddock and continued to love her on the racetrack. Horse that did not grab my attention as much in the paddock, but really kind of puffed up, got bigger. And that's always interesting to me when you see horses look one way and then they get on the racetrack, comes game time, and they actually appear to physically get bigger, is the 5 Luna Moth. And she got a sensational warm-up under Manny Franco. Another one, great animation to her stride. Loved the way after she got that good gallop in on the backstretch, jogged back up towards the starting gate. And again, really fluid, great movement on her. I think Luna Moth really elevated in my eyes on the racetrack. And she comes out of a really good race in St. Benedict's Prep, Mighty Madison. She closed extremely well that day. I think she's a major player.
She'll be running late. Luna Moth, still a nice price at 6-1. Richie, thank you. Autumn Evening, 4-5. Just a crazy short price on her. I know that she's coming out of facing Stakes Company, but that's a very short price to take.
It is. And there's sometimes it seems like there's assumptions with favorites is this horse is the horse to beat, so no price is too short. And that's just not true. She is the horse to beat, and if she was 8-5, I wouldn't have any problem. And I'm not going to be one of these people that pretends I can tell you absolutely how likely they are to win. Now she's 3-4, which is around 350, 340. Is anybody really looking at this horse and saying, I think she probably wins this race 60% of the time? I'm not one of them. And I'll tell you something else. This is a barn that's had four short prices so far this week. One of them won. The other 3 really underperformed. This is not the same kind of numbers from the Pletcher barn that we've seen in past years. They're 18% for the year. It's a barn that's been consistently 24 to 25% for many years, and obviously it's their credit they produced at that level, but they're not producing this year at the level they were in the past, and it's been pretty consistent.
See what she can do. 3-5 on Autumn Evening, and John Velasquez in the saddle. We have a pick 4 starting here, loading in for race number 3. There goes the 1, Nature's Candy. Should be aggressive from the inside post coming in from wiring the field at Parks. See how it plays out. Race 3 going 1 mile. Chris Griffin standing by with the call.
Autumn Evening next to load. John Velasquez with Autumn Evening. Here is Luna Moth, Willow Bend, and Ms. Tart. Last to load. Ms. Tart goes in. All set. And they're off. Step slow for Ms. Tart, and also off a little slowly was Nature's Candy. Here's Midtown Lights right out towards the front end. Midtown Lights has got the speed. Midtown Lights is up by about half a length as here's the pressure towards the outside from Sweetest Princess, who does engage this leader. They're 5 across the racetrack as Autumn Evening is right there, is going to be in the 3 path. Just off of them is Willow Bend, and Ms. Tart makes it 5 across the track. The 2 lone trailers now will be Nature's Candy with Luna Moth. Pretty tightly bunched though, and at the rail, Midtown Lights wants to press on, went 23-1 for that opening quarter mile, and is now alone up top. It's going to be Midtown Lights and Flavian Pratt. They now put up the fractions. They're about 2 clear from Sweetest Princess, who starts to move back in closer, and Autumn Evening is watching the action from 3rd. Nature's Candy has now found a nice spot, is tucked towards the inside in 4th with 4 furlongs left to go. Now being encouraged to move forward, that's Willow Bend from 5th. Out wider, they're 3 wide as Ms. Tart, second to last, and the trailer, Luna Moth. They're well into the turn, 45-4. The half-mile time, Midtown Lights has been passed by Sweetest Princess, who moves sweetly. It's Sweetest Princess, who is now up by a half length. And here comes the run from Autumn Evening with every shot to run down Sweetest Princess. But Sweetest Princess is still in hand as they reach the top of the stretch. And now Autumn Evening wants to pounce, and Sweetest Princess goes on. Sweetest Princess towards the inside. Autumn Evening with every shot, but Sweetest Princess is very game towards the inside. It's Autumn Evening and Sweetest Princess still gutting it out for a final furlong. Sweetest Princess hasn't put away Autumn Evening yet. Autumn Evening is back one more time. Sweetest Princess to the inside. Autumn Evening to the outside. These two noses down the line. It's a photo finish. Give it to Autumn Evening late. Over Sweetest Princess, then Nature's Candy and Willow Bend in 1 minute 36 and 4.
Another photo finish, this time grinding down to the wire. The 4 Autumn Evening up in time. It looked like Sweetest Princess was home free. Autumn Evening, though, just kept finding. Ending up getting the victory here. In the stretch, looked like John Velasquez had to start riding her pretty early on. And Andy, it was a confident ride from Irad Ortiz aboard the 3 Sweetest Princess, and looked like she had her foe measured, but just not quite enough down to the wire.
There was literally no point in this race where it looked like the 3 was going to lose. John Velasquez was under a drive at the half-mile pole, and Irad was sitting chilly. The entire stretch, he got away from her, and having bet the 5 at 3 at 5-1, I just feel like throwing up, frankly.
That was tough. Looked like she was home 3-5 on Autumn Evening. The only point at which she was in front was when she got her head down on the line. 4-3-1-6. 3-5 over 5-1. As far as the pace is concerned, the 1 Nature's Candy, who checked in third at 24-1, she actually broke a little bit sluggish from the rail, and so was not part of that pace at all. The pace ended up being set by Midtown Lights, and Sweetest Princess was more forwardly placed than she typically is, which looked like it was going to be the right move. But as we often see with Todd Pletcher runners, he just puts the miles in them, a lot of stamina trained in the mornings in the way that they work, big gallop outs. They just keep finding and don't really kind of reach the bottom as far as the stamina is concerned. And that seemed to be the case with Autumn Evening. John Velasquez, well, we played that feature. Feature angle comes through yet again. Johnny V with the victory. Autumn Evening picking up the win. We'll bring you prices and more when we come back on America's Day at the Races.
Drain the Clock will win and win by as much as he wants. Drain the Clock will bound home the winner. Drain the Clock, Jackie's Warrior, Drain the Clock by a head.
$120,000. $100,000 to the back.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races. I'm here with winning pilot John Velasquez. John, autumn evening, short price favorite. You had to really work for it, though.
That was a lot. That was a lot of work, and I can see why she had blinkers before. Because I mean, she doesn't give you the feeling that she's going to give you anything. You have to kind of make it do something and make it do something the whole way around. I couldn't just sit on her, give her a chance. As soon as I sit on her, ears went up. Don't pay attention. You know, like kind of reminded her you got to stay there. 3 April, I got to really get after her. Then I show her the way, show it. Got to the horse on the lead. I was like, okay, maybe she's going to run. Went after her, put the head in front, stuck back. I was like, oh no. Got to the 8 pole. We both fighting. I kind of come out a little bit. We kind of touched a little bit, and all of a sudden she kind of got back into the bridle, and one bar I handed, showed to her, and she just got up. But it was a lot of work.
Well, Johnny, this will lead me to what I really wanted to talk about, because I marvel at you and your ability to ride at the level you can still ride at, and your legs. The first thing is, it's subtle with riders, is you start to see some diminishing strength in their legs. I don't see any of that with you.
I'm very blessed, Richie. I think I never have weight problems, and I eat very well. I maintain my weight, and I don't, fluctuate too much weight. And I think that's a big contribution to my strength, my fitness. So I stay fit all year long. When I don't do very much, I make sure I do bike or swimming, do something that I keep me busy. A little yoga when I come back, and it has kept me, I feel really good, though, to tell you the truth. Like, I feel better now. Thankfully, I hadn't had any accidents in the last, 7, 8 years. That contributes to that as well. Feeling much better, yeah.
Well, honestly, again, I marvel at it. I have so much admiration and respect for what you do. Now, you hook up with Irad Ortiz Jr. He's the new guard. In some ways, you're the old guard. Both graduates, though, of the jockey school in Puerto Rico. It's incredible, consistently, the top riders that school turns out.
They do a really good job. I mean, from the beginning, right from the get-go, you got to start from the bottom, basically grooming the horses, walking the horses, doing the bottom work. So to teach you right from the start. Then you start, for those who never gallop on the racetrack, for me, most of them have to go, what they call it, del picadero, which is the round pen. And then you go from there to galloping in the training track and galloping. But once you start working for a stable, we have races in the morning. Basically, we got practice races in the morning. So you have to have, for the stable you work for, or some friends to get you some mounts to race in the morning. Then 3 months or 4 months before we graduated, we do the practice races with all the bug boys. So in the afternoon, dress, weight, everything. So your mentality is already now what you're going to do when you're going to ride a race. You dress, you weight, everything has to do perfect, to go those races. So it's a lot of drilling, a lot of workout. They work the heck out of you to be strong enough to look good and to be strong on the horses. So it's a very strict and regime school that it prepares the kids really well.
Well, it continues to show. Congratulations. And I really enjoy watching you ride. And guys, from Angel Cordero to John Velasquez, Irad Ortiz Jr., and so many in between, one good rider after another coming out of Puerto Rico.
Very true, Richie, and well said. Good to hear a little bit more insight from Johnny on everything that goes into prepping these young riders come out here on the big stage. John Velasquez picking up another victory here on his way back over to the jocks room, and still riding at a high level. $3.40 winner, heavy favorite, getting the job done in race 3. We'll take a look at the field for the 4th. This one, a turf sprint, New York bred allowance group coming up, and Tall Paul, Andy, currently the favorite. Obviously a big speed danger.
He is speed. We'll see if Icy Flavor with Kendrick is given a better trip in this race, and maybe he can be a bit forwarded here. We'll see. He did run well last time. I think it's going to be a very different race than the last time the race horses from that race hooked up.
He's 5-2 right now, Tall Paul. As it's time for me to say goodbye, at least just for now, though. I will be back on that side of the table a little bit later on. We've got some musical chairs up here on the desk, but Greg Wolf coming up on the set to take you the rest of the way. We'll also look back on some more of the stakes from yesterday, including the dead heat in the Aqueduct Turf Sprint Championship. Talk about a thriller. More on that after this on America's Day at the Races.
He always showed up. From June at 2 and through 2 championship seasons, week after week after week of consecutive works. That's toughness. He always showed off. You know all about those 4 G1s. Here's his maiden on the Derby undercard. That's brilliance. Now his yearlings are at the sales. That's opportunity. Essential quality. Showtime.
These New York bred foals represent many sires. War Dancer, Salamini, Honest Mischief, Central Banker. But they all have one thing in common. Starting in 2026, they'll be running for the same purse money as Open Company 2-year-olds at Naira Tracks. That's nearly 20% more than they run for now. Learn more about it at nybreds.com.
Gunrunner, sire of a champion 2-year-old. He is the sire of 10 Grade 1 winners and 13 individual millionaires. With $10 million yearlings in 2024, he is the sire of a first crop classic winner. He ranks number 2 on the general sire list. Grade 1 winning millionaire gun pilot, new to 3 Chimneys.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
Back with you on our Fox Sports 2 coverage. Aqueduct Turf Sprint Championship. And as tight as it could be at the finish.
You know, if we just rename it the Disco Partner, it would be a lot easier to say.
It would.
Works for me. Well, he found his speed again. We kept saying the last 2 races, how is he so far back? Well, he wasn't here, and it worked out. And he dead heated with with Irad Ortiz. I thought Works for me won this photo. I don't know about you, but I thought for sure he did. Alagon ran well.
A lot of people did. It seemed that way. It seemed clear, yes.
I was sitting in my office, and I just assumed the 11 won, and I look at the TV, and first thing they show was 6:11, of course, because you have to torture people and not put up dead heat right away, and then it was dead heat. And even a dead heat seems surprising here. How was it? Man. That's a dead heat.
Crazy swing. I mean, all the momentum.
Yeah, I'm wondering if the pick 6 would have been hit if Works for me had won. I didn't notice how many winners there were.
So dead heat, they both get the W. Joseph Lee Works for me. Dylan Davis, as you mentioned, Irad Ortiz Jr. for Ned Allard on Alagon. And a dead heat for the victory in that Aqueduct Turf Sprint Championship. There, I said it correctly. Good to be with everyone on this Sunday afternoon. We still have 2 stakes ahead on the program on Sunday afternoon here, Forever Together. Then the Grade 3 Long Island at 1 mile and 3/8. Forever Together, it looks almost like a slam dunk, doesn't it?
I mean, you never want to say it. In turf races, weird things can happen. But Delahaye, who's supposed to be forwardly placed, she's just in a different category than these horses. Breath Away has obviously been consistent and runs well, but consistently, Delahaye's just faster and better and running with some of the best fillies and mares in the country on the turf.
Seems like a lot faster. We'll see what happens. Got to do it. Got to perform. We will get to that coming up a little bit later on. Those are back-to-back on this Sunday program. Look at our stakes winners through the weekend. Of course, we were not on Saturday. Integration, and we'll look back at a lot of these. Going back to All That Promise, this horse showed, lofty expectations for this 4-year-old campaign. Finally ends it in a very strong way, and now may get another chance at the Pegasus Turf as we turn the calendar soon.
Oh, the Pegasus Turf, yeah. Or formerly known as the Gulfstream Part race that shouldn't be a Grade 1. That could be a tougher field this year, right? I thought Integration got a lousy trip in it last year.
Wasn't it a bit of an off track too that day?
I don't remember. I just remember him being in trouble and sort of shoved out of position.
Okay.
He's a good horse when when things go well for him. A very good horse, yeah.
Get back to today's action. Should we do
whatever you want to do? We're on YouTube.
12 minutes away. Race 4. It all matters. It's all big. Pick 6 starts here. Coming up, 6 furlongs, outer turf, in this New York bred allowance optional claiming field. Let's head downstairs to Maggie.
And Greg, we'll take a look here at your current favorite. That is number 9, Tall Paul here in the Paddock, horse who, I don't want to say successfully, but I think you could say took a liking to switching to the turf last time out. He shows, at least on form, that he's switching to John Terranova, but I think he's been in John's barn for most of this time, but really makes an excellent impression. Now, this is the first time I'm actually seeing him as a 3-year-old, and while he hasn't done that much growing up per se, he's still just very athletic, really well muscled. Now he's 3rd off of that kind of extended layoff, and all signs pointing to this horse running well here yet again, and he certainly does have a turf look to him, so I don't think that first effort on the grass was a fluke. Moving on to one that I'm interested in, number 6, Yarrow. He was wide in a race that was dominated, I don't want to say forwardly, but dominated on the rail, because Run Curtis Run, whom we'll see in here, was able to sneak up on the inside of Tall Paul that day, and Yarrow was just on a wide chase throughout. Now, he hasn't been able to win yet this year, but he's been running prior to that last start in some tougher fields, and I don't mind the 6 furlongs for him. I think it makes a good deal of sense. He looks sensational here overall, and I just think with a better post, he might be able to work out a better trip. And then a horse that I wasn't necessarily excited about, that has faced many of these in the past, is number 3, Rusey, who has yet to run through this condition, but he does tend to show up, and it feels like at least his last 4 have made him a player, at least his form this year make him a player. But he's one, number 3, Rusey, that just really caught my eye walking into the paddock. I mean, has just maintained excellent coat and flesh to him, even late now into the season, really looking as though he might be sitting on one of his best efforts yet, Greg.
All right, Maggie, thank you. We'll get to the post parade in a moment. Approaching the 8-minute mark to post here in this 4th race. Starts the pick 6. You see that pool growing by the moment, just over $33,000. And favoritism to the speedster, Tall Paul. Dylan Davis will be aboard. There's Javier Castellano. And he's going to be on Rusey, who has been competitive with quite a few of these in this field. Let's look back to October 5th. Run Curtis Run, Tall Paul, Yarrow 1-2-3 that day.
Yeah, I wonder if the speed will be as effective a little bit later in the year on the turf course for Tall Paul. He certainly can win here. Run Curtis Run is a horse that's very comfortable running inside of horses and getting an outside draw. I wonder if that's going to be not quite as good for him in running the race, though obviously it's not impossible, though he's been very in and out this year. I think Yarrow is going to run much better. He was forced to chase outside while the running was done on the inside in the year, and I just feel like he fits with these horses. Obviously, he has a share of issues and can be a little hit or miss, but I think 7-1 is a very generous price on him. But, you know, you and I were talking off camera about the number 10 in this race, Running with Scissors. We'll see if he can produce the good efforts for his current connections, who second start, I think, for them. But if he can get back to some of his starts, I mean, he's just consistently better than these, isn't he?
I don't even think he needs to get back to anything. I think his last start is much better than anyone in this field. 8-year-old, though, now.
He's not reliable, but he's 9-2, and
he's just quicker than everyone in this field consistently.
He's a very interesting horse. We're talking about the number 10, not the 6, because he can run well going long and going short in the turf. He's a very rare turf horse that's equally proficient running 5.5 and 6 and a mile and mile 16th, right? You just don't see that very often. I know we saw it at a high level with Casa Creed, but there just aren't that many that can do that, right? It's rare.
Yeah. And I know he got disqualified, but he finished ahead of Run Curtis Run a few starts back.
Oh, he's a better horse than when he runs. If you knew that he was going to run his first, you'd be running to the window at 9-2.
I agree. Here's Run Curtis Run, so he'll break right next door towards the outside, Running with Scissors.
Right. The outside post worries me.
Twisted Filigree gets the rail.
Yeah, he's moving way up off his win last time.
Rusey, James Bond Barn.
I agree with Maggie. He does seem to consistently show up.
34-1 Feathers Road.
Yeah, it's Jacobson, so anything's possible, but he doesn't have races that make him competitive on paper.
Clermont Barn, Manny Franco, Yarrow.
Yeah, as I said, I like him at his generous price, and after the big double I had with the horse that got beat at the wire, he's probably a cinch.
I think this one's interesting. Icy flavor and needed that start back.
Well, he got a awful ride that day, but he's a forward horse. My worry is if he's forward, he's going to be forward with Tall Paul, and can he really finish? But he's got some things to like at a price.
Hey, Mac and Shack is a Rat Ortiz Jr.
Another one is moving up after much easier company.
Here's the speed, Tall Paul Dylan Davis.
I'm not gonna. I didn't love his chances, but he can win this race. Maybe he's just a better turf horse.
And the one we both think is probably the one to beat, Running with Scissors.
I picked Yarrow, but I put this horse second, and I think his PPs are just riddled with races.
Yeah,
that beat these horses, riddled with them,
including the recent forms, just so much stronger. 9-2 right now. Jose Gomez. He's got the outside post. See how he contends with that. Meanwhile, let's go back to the favorite. This one obviously wants to be forward. Got on the turf for the very first time last start, and that dirt speed did translate to the grass, being forward again.
Yeah, which is probably a good sign to show he's a turf horse. And he was game. I don't have a knock on him. I'm going to try to beat him, because I wonder if, maybe this turf course, and maybe, won't be as friendly to her speed that we've seen it be very fair recently, the outer course. And I also wonder if the 7 with Kendrick is going to be more aggressive in here. And if somebody runs with him early, obviously it mitigates his chance.
Yeah, Icy Flavor's quick. I don't know if, maybe not as quick as this one. He has shown he can maybe
He can be pretty quick.
comfortable sitting off.
Yes. I'm just saying I wonder if he'll get an aggressive ride here. He can't get a less aggressive one than he just got.
That's the danger. Well, here's the one again. Second to the outside post for Run Curtis Run. Comes off a win. Junior Alvarado back aboard. He was on board for that victory over Tall Paul Nero back on October 5th.
I wonder if he'll just get the trip that makes him most comfortable. Now he's 4-1, so very square price if you like him. I think he's a better horse when he can get that kind of inside trip like he did last time.
And going into that last start, had accumulated all those runner-up finishes. Broke through the last time to get that second win.
He did, but he really had a good trip that day, and we'll see if he can get one here. Maybe he will. Maybe he'll get another good trip.
So here's Running with Scissors, the one we've talked about at length in here as such a strong contender, 9-2 on one who just has much better races than just about everybody in this field. 5-time winner on the turf and facing tougher company.
Yeah.
For a lot of those races.
He's not getting bet as hard because obviously the betting public is not confident that he's going to continue to reproduce his form for his current trainer, Dom Scatino's had him. Dom's won a lot of big races in the past, and his numbers have not been particularly strong last few years. I say this, somebody I'm friendly with, I want to see him do well, but I think, listen, it is the white elephant. That's the reason he's not, because if trainers didn't matter, we'd all handicap a lot differently, and they obviously have become one of the most important things in the game these days. Some more than others. Wouldn't he be favored in this race if trainers didn't matter?
Yes.
Yeah. So the answer is maybe you think 4-1 is a fine price, and it's not like he ran badly last time for Dominic.
Yeah. Well, meanwhile, the rail, it's Twisted Filigree, the 2 at 6-1 right now, coming off a victory with more. Let's go to Maggie.
And as we heard Andy say in the post parade, Twisted Filigree, like many of these, stepping up in class. He's trying to get through these New York bred conditions. And Twisted Filigree finally kind of just got the well-timed ride that he was searching for, I think, in some of his previous efforts from Manny Franco. Now Flavien Prat will climb aboard as he climbs up the ladder. Honestly, wasn't on my radar necessarily when handicapping this race, when in the paddock. He jumped on it, though, when watching the warm-up. Just arguably the horse, and considering he is coming back off a short rest here, just ran last week, moving best of all out there. So I do think that counts for something. Is taking some nibbles on the board as well. Could be a little something to do with the rider. As we move on to number 7, Icy Flavor, a horse that, yes, handicapping this race I was intrigued by. Now he's second off and had a horrible trip last time for a horse that wants to be forward. Gets Kendrick Carmouche. Looks fit today, but he doesn't look as good as I was hoping. Just a bit dull in his coat overall. He's a big price if you like him. Don't get me wrong. There are reasons to like him, but I probably would have picked him if he really wowed me when looking at him, and he just didn't. And moving on to the horse that you guys have some intrigue in, and that's number 10, Running with Scissors on the far outside. I've been such a big fan of this horse all throughout his career, and I do ultimately think that, while his PPs may argue differently with me, that turf sprinting is truly his gig. So I like this spot for him for Dominic Scatino. Have I seen him look better in the past? Yes. Have I seen him look this way and he still runs well? Yes. So he kind of is what he is. He'll probably show up. Will he show up with a winning effort, as he does take a little bit of a drop here, guys? I don't know, but that's too big of a price on Yarrow, so I'm going to land on him, Greg.
All right, so Maggie going to the 6. It's 7:01 here. Yarrow for Christophe Clement, Manny Franco. That is a pretty big price on this one. 5-2 favoritism. Public going with the one they expect to be in front here.
Yeah, I mean, the board has barely moved since we started doing this. So I mean, I like Yarrow too. I think 7-1 is a very generous price on him. I don't love him, but I think he's, consistently in his career he's run against better horses. And I think if you judge the trips that both he, Curtis Run, and Tall Paul had last time, I thought he's the one you might want out of that race. Maybe gets a slightly better trip today, and they're both drawn towards the outside. And at 7-1, I'm happy to lose another photo again.
We talked about, obviously, the pick 6 starts here. We talked about who we like here. Delahaye being probably a standout in that Forever Together. What about the Grade 3 Long Island for those playing the pick 6?
I like the Grand Motion horses, the 4 Blush, and the 8 No Show Sammy Joe, and I prefer No Show Sammy Joe, but I think both of them are dangerous.
Yeah, I thought Blush was really interesting.
I do too. Finished behind a horse I think did pretty well last weekend. The 6th race is really the most interesting race on the entire card. I mean, that's a whopper of a non-winners of one, non-winners of one other than. I mean, it's a killer field in there. Really, really good race.
And good luck in the nightcap.
Yeah, the nightcap is the antithesis of the 6th race. The 6th race is full of good horses that can run fast races, and the 9th race looks like it's full of horses that are full of it.
Yeah, a bit of a head scratcher to close it out. You probably want some coverage there, but there's some class in the middle of this pick 6. Certainly, they got to do it. Obviously, Delahaye we talked about. See what happens here. 5-2 favorite, the one who should be leading the way. And again, early question in this race. Kendrick Carmouche on the 7, Icy Flavor. Maggie didn't love the way the 7 looked. Is he going to apply that pressure early to the speedster? Because he's the other one, right?
Yeah, I mean, he's the one that theoretically can, unless you think that Twisted Filigree and Pratt. But I can't imagine they're going to be riding so aggressively, with this 9, the speed of the 9, but you never know. And it's all happening on YouTube.
There's Rusi stepping in the 3 for the Bon Barn. Javier Castellano, 7-1. Hey, Mackets Jack steps in. And we're set for the pick 6 on this Sunday card opening weekend of this Aqueduct Fall Meet. Let's go to Chris Griffin for the call.
Running with Scissors to the outside. Goes in. All set. And they're off. Twisted Filigree breaks with early speed towards the inside and towards the outside. Here comes Icy Flavor to join this early leader there, 1-2. Yarrow is in the early mix, but takes back in 3rd in the purple cap. Just ranked there, wanted to go, is very keen out in the center of the course. That's Haymack. It's Jack who keeps progressing now as in between horses. Feathers Road has got some forward momentum, but the far outside Running with Scissors. The 3 at the back, that's Tall Paul in between horses with an outside running Run Curtis Run, and shuffle to the back. It's Rusi, who's the trailer. Pretty tightly bunched, but they are spread out here into this turn. At the rail, it's Twisted Filigree, who's got the pressure from Icy Flavor. A pace duel on the front end. They went 23 seconds flat for that opening quarter mile, and Feathers Road gets a nice journey here from 3rd. Running with Scissors is in hand, is going to be wide in between horses. Haymack, it's Jack. They really spread out here at the top of the lane. Icy Flavor and Twisted Filigree still go at it. Feathers Road has had a nice journey, is not cutting into the ground here from the back. Running with Scissors is trying to run on. Haymack, it's Jack. Run Curtis Run from far out of it. Meanwhile, up top, the top 2 still duke it out. Icy Flavor, Twisted Filigree. Icy Flavor, Twisted Filigree. Yarrow's getting loose late. It's going to be a blanket finish in here. Yarrow is... Oh, it looked like Yarrow got up in time. It's a photo. Twisted Filigree's in that photo. Icy Flavor's right there. Also, Feathers Road. Haymack, it's Jack. And on the far outside, Run Curtis Run. It's a photo in race 4.
Yarrow just up in time. Christophe Clement Barn, Manny Franco getting by Icy Flavor Layton. The speed, the 9, Dylan Davis. Tall Paul was nowhere near the lead.
We have to watch the start again to see what went on because he was last early. And, you know, everybody's been there that plays the horses. You steam. And pretty fair to say I'm still steaming from the 3rd race. So I made a steamy bet on the 6th, so I liked it here because I had a big double, 3-4. And I never thought I was going to win this race, Greg. And he emerged late and got through and got the job done. Man, he was fortunate. If you bet the 7, you took a tough beat, but the pace really was very tepid. Actually, the 2 finished second in the race. They went very slowly.
See if
early.
anything happened with a 9 here. Hard to tell from that angle.
I mean, he didn't break on a dime, you know what I mean? He didn't come flying out of the gate, but he just had nothing today. I guess it got a little tight, but it seemed like he had nothing today, right? Weird.
Not a lot of excuses. And yeah, Flavian Pratt being aggressive, as is often the case, puts himself in the mix, and it was Icy Flavor. Kendrick Carmouche, we expected to be forward as well. Those two trying to duke it out up front, but here comes Yarrow.
Yeah, listen, you know, and he just lucked into a very good trip. I mean, this is one where I feel like I got a little something back for the last time, but occasionally a steam works, though I think in life, no horse player, no gambler is ahead steaming. What do you think?
Betting angry? I'm not sure if that's a great move. Maggie, Andy both like this one. Nice call, 7-1. And there is Christophe Clement enjoying a pretty nice weekend.
You know, he's kind of loaded. I was talking to him yesterday for turf horses next year when you think Farbridge coming back, but you also think about Deterministic as well as Carson's Run. I mean, he's got some nice horses for next year, doesn't he?
I've never heard, remember a year where this many horses have announced they're coming back. This is like a throwback, isn't it?
Well, it's great. I mean, it's great to see that Mike Rapoli's bringing back Fierceness, that Coolmore and Peter Brandt are bringing back Sierra Leone. I mean, that's the idea that the two of them, because they already do. I mean, it's not the kind of, I mean, oddly, their rivalry is really intensified. You know, somehow it didn't seem like it was that strong, and now it is. And the possibility, and you really just sort of pray they stay sound, and the idea, and of course they'll start overseas pretty much, but, you know, think about them heading up in the Whitney, and it's a long way away, but that's pretty damn exciting.
Torpedo Inn, a Carl Spackler, all these names, they're all, for now, coming back in 2025. We have so much to look forward to. I'm already excited thinking about it.
I am. So I'm feeling a little more excited after I just won that miraculous photo.
That helps, doesn't it? 7-1, Yarrow to kick off the pick 6. Christophe Clement and Manny Franco.
But Elite Power is moving clear and going to take the rear dirt sprint by a widening margin.
5-5 all the bidding at 875 down or down 900 and 900 pounds.
Elite Power does it again in the Breeders' Cup sprint in 108.34.
The power of Juddmonte.
Back on America's Day at the Races, and welcome back with us. Those on Fox Sports 2. Been watching Duke, Maryland women's basketball. Greg Wolf, Andy Sterling with you. Maggie Wolfendale downstairs, who we'll get to in just a moment. Pick 6 just kicked off with Yarrow getting up just in time under Manny Franco for Christophe Clement for the win.
Billy never looked like he was going to get there, and they just kind of fell apart in the late stages. And considering the first quarter at 23.12, the horse in front had no excuse to fall apart. Twist of Filigree, though, did improve. I mean, stepping up off a win against much lesser last time. Ran well with the benefit of that trip, and the pace made it very hard for them to close. As you see, 6.27, and Feathers Road finished 4th.
I was just going to ask you, how in the world did Feathers Road get in the mix here?
It's David Jacobson, who randomly runs well, but at the end of the day, nobody could close. I mean, frankly, Curtis Run deserves a lot of credit for making the big run that he did and losing by about a length. When you go 23 like that, I mean, they came home after that in 46.11. Tough to close into those kind of that at this time of the year on the turf course.
Homebred from Mary Lakes Farm, and Yarrow picks up the 4th win of his career on the lawn. Let's go downstairs to Maggie Wolfendale.
And please be joined by winning trainer Christophe Clement. And Christophe, it kind of felt like Yarrow was due for this win. Talk a little bit about how gratifying it was to see him in the winner's circle.
No, absolutely. He's a nice older horse. He's a tough guy. He always tries his best. And it's a tough race, the two other than New York Bred Sprinting. It's a good race, very good handicapping race. He had the perfect trick with Manny in the pocket, saving run. It was ideal. And he won, never in doubt.
As we circled and waited for them to post the numbers, I agree, never in doubt. But I do want to talk to you about your horse later in the Long Island, La Mejana. Talk a little bit about her. Do you think that, dynamics set up well for her today like they did last time?
Well, I'm not sure because, all these races, when they go long, you're always subject to pace. The two fillies have been training very well. They're both really sound. They look great. At that time of the year, it's a big deal, because a lot of fillies don't do as well in mid-November. Kendrick was a great race the other day on La Miana, so it's going to be a little bit up to him. And Joel knows Avenue Daniel. He rode it before. But, it's the usual story. New York, great stakes, always very competitive. But I would not trade with anybody else.
I like that attitude. You also send out Breath Away in the Forever Together as well. She's been knocking on the door. Obviously, it's a tough race with Delahaye in there. What do you expect from her?
Now, Delahaye will be very tough, as you know, but Breath Away went great the other day. She just barely got beat in a great tree. She's doing well. Same story, fresh filly, end of the year. You've got to go for it. Yeah. And I'd love to win for Mr. Reeves because he's very competitive, and that would be a nice gift for the end of the year.
Well, Christophe, it looks as though you have many live chances coming up throughout the card. Best of luck, but congratulations with Yarrow here.
Thank you so much.
All right, Christophe Clement getting Yarrow to the winner's circle today. Yeah, we were all down here sweating out that photo. Craig, I don't know about you, but it looked like Yarrow was the clear-cut winner.
It was easy in the end, right?
Yeah, I think the photo was for 3rd. I think with that many horses bunched, there may have been some covered up horses, and I just think they probably should have posted the 1st and 2nd horse a little bit sooner, but I don't think there was ever really any doubt who won.
1660 start to the pick 6 on this Sunday afternoon, and just like the last meet, every Sunday we carry, right?
Right. Well, last Sunday was the only time it's been hit the entire meet.
Since Saratoga, yeah.
Yeah, it was the only time it's been hit. Now, it's a little easier today. I'll put it this way. If Delahaye loses, pretty good chance it gets hit.
Good start to it carrying already. Our Spendthrift Farm 2-year-old race of the day. Coming up next, Spendthrift, home of North America's 5-time reigning champion, General Sire, into mischief. Chad Brown Barn with a couple in here. He's got High Beta, who had a poor beginning in the debut under the lights at the Meadowlands first start. And then he has an intriguing first-time starter with Pedigree and Constitution Road.
I think he's going to benefit greatly from a switch to Irad Ortiz.
That may help. Horse was an odds-on favorite first time out, and then it was neck and neck down the stretch in a fight. Ran very well after that poor start.
The horse he beat him is not spectacular. He ran like 1 point higher in a Beyer scale in a wad. The horse who finished 3rd, though, came here and improved his Beyer figure 27 points, finishing 2nd. So maybe it is a little bit better race than it looks. And I think Chad Brown broke Bleecker Street's maiden at Meadowlands, so he's spent some good horses there.
Who won, what, 6 in a row?
6 or 7.
To start his career?
Yeah. Her. I get to say
yeah.
it to you for the first time ever.
Yeah.
It's now 437 to 1.
Yeah. This will start the late pick 5, by the way. We've all been there. Thank you. We'll get back to this race 15 minutes away from the start of the late pick 5. Paddock Report, post-parade. When we return, stick with us. Coverage continues on Fox Sports 2 after this timeout.
Every sire hopes to have a son to follow in his footsteps.
An impressive debut.
For Munnings, that son is Jack Christopher.
Jack Christopher to win the champagne.
Unbeaten Grade 1 winner at 2. Dual Grade 1 winner at 3.
And he is pouring it on here. It is Jack Christopher winning the Grade 1 H. Allen Jerkins Memorial.
Jack Christopher, standing at Coolmore, America.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at NairaBets.com.
It's amazing. I mean, we're used to having horses in claiming races, and here we're at the undercard of the Belmont.
And they're off in the Woody Stevens, and here's Bookham Dano, who has blown by them all. Bookham Dano, Prince of Monaco in between. It's going to get very close. Bookham Dano!
Winning on New York's most important day of racing.
I can't. That was awesome. He's the best.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. americasbestracing.net is a sport for you.
Spendthrift Farm, a name synonymous with greatness through much of the 1900s, suddenly found itself in a new millennium and weathering a storm. Yet, within these old walls, a legacy awaited its rebirth. In 2004, a new chapter began. A visionary with a passion for horses and a respect for history saw this farm's potential. As the first rays of morning light touched these hallowed pastures, the stroke of a pen breathed life back into Spendthrift. What followed was nothing short of a revival, a resurrection of tradition and excellence. Malibu Moon, now etched in history, returned home to usher in a new dawn for Spendthrift's once proud stallion operation. Spendthrift was not just back, it was reborn. 2013 marked a watershed moment in the rebuild of Spendthrift as the farm was again home to a Kentucky Derby sire. A rewarding first decade in Spendthrift's new story. But there was more work to be done. Beholder, a queen of the track, returned Spendthrift to prominence on the world's biggest stages and was sweet symbolism for a bloodline that was beginning to erupt.
Beholder is absolutely poetry in motion.
Her brother, Into Mischief, would return Spendthrift to prominence in the stud barn, becoming the sire of our time and cornerstone of this reborn dynasty. In 2020, Authentic delivered a Derby and a Breeders' Cup Classic win that were more than just victories. It was a statement and a crowning achievement for the farm and its visionary leader. Today, Spendthrift is home to the best stallions racing has to offer. Each represents a piece of the legacy B. Wayne Hughes built, a tribute to the past and a beacon for the future. And now, a new era dawns.
Kingsbarns looking to finish them off in the Louisiana Derby. Kingsbarns has opened up.
Kingsbarns bounding past the Twin Spires in the Foster. National Treasure putting on a show.
National Treasure, devastating them in the Metropolitan Handicap. Dornoch in an absolute thriller. It will be Dornoch to win the Belmont Stakes.
And Dornoch stubborn. Dornoch wins the Haskell.
Three top performers who carry with them the hopes and dreams of tomorrow. Their arrival marks not just a continuation, but an evolution. Spendthrift Farm stands today as a testament to vision, perseverance, and a deep respect for tradition. Dedicated to ensuring a strong future for all breeders who are committed to the same level of excellence. The barns, once weathered, now gleam in the Kentucky sun. The Paddocks, alive with the energy of the world's finest thoroughbreds, tell the story of a farm that has been and always will be a place where champions are made and legends call home.
Spendthrift Farm, we have our Spendthrift Farm 2-year-old race of the day coming up. And look at the lineup of stallions. I mean, recent stars, Forte, Dornoch, National Treasure, their stalwart, Into Mischief, Jackie's Warrior. Pretty incredible lineup.
Met the owners of Jackie's Warrior, actually, the Breeders' Cup. Incredibly nice. Watch the show. It's always easy to get us to like you if you tell us you watch the show. But Into Mischief is... I mean, he's got to be one of the all-time great sires, certainly of the recent years, right? It's just amazing.
Well, this one, owned by Spendthrift Farm, Constitution Road, will be debuting for Chad Brown, 7-1 right now. One of two, as we mentioned, in the race for that barn. Of course, they have the favorite as well. High Beta, 6-5 from the inside. Let's go downstairs to Maggie.
Yeah, we'll pick up and take a look at both of the Chad Brown runners here. Looking at Constitution Road, he's number 4, co-owned by Spendthrift Farm for this Spendthrift Farm 2-year-old race of the day. And looking at him here in the paddock, he is a son of Constitution, which he's one of those versatile sires that seems to get his progeny to do whatever the connections seem to want them to do. Now, looking at the bottom side, there have been 3 winners from 5 to try it, though the most successful progeny from Ardara has been Miss Marissa, who was a multiple graded stakes winner going long on the dirt. But I'm okay with Constitution Road showing up here. Really well muscled. Now, not the fittest looking though, you know, still carrying that kind of extra weight around his barrel a little bit. Has been professional so far, but in the same breath, does he seem totally clued in? Not necessarily. So am I getting the vibe that, oh, whoa, he's going to give his stablemate a run for his money? No, but I do think he'll run well here, as we'll take a look at that stablemate who does have the experience. High Beta, he just was really green in that debut at the Meadowlands, while after breaking slow, then guided to the outside where he then ran off, then took back a little bit, not took back from the rider, but just the rider had no intention of keeping him forwardly placed. So he dropped back several lengths down the backside. Then when asked, he re-engaged and was just never able to run down the horse who was on the lead, who got into that rhythm. Now here in the paddock, he is being very professional. Also gives the impression that he probably needed his first start, because I actually wouldn't be surprised if he needs this one too, at least physically. He might just be that heavier bodied horse. So all things overall looking good for this guy, who definitely showed there's some ability in that debut. Now on to some first time starters, including number 2, Red Sea, a son of English Channel. The dam was a multiple stakes place turf sprinter, going 3 for 21 over it. This is her first full. Now he does have a lot of size, so given the impression that he will want the distance, one of the more heavier bodied English Channels. So with that being said, definitely looks like he'll benefit from a start from the fitness perspective, and was also a bit green here, Greg.
All right, Maggie, thank you. Here we go post-parade, and here is High Beta, Chad Brown, Klarovich Stable Silks with a Rat Ortiz Jr.
I think we both agree that he's a little over bet right now, 7-5. I wonder if he's at a short price. I mean, they're a big price because he's a short price, but maybe none of the firsters are taking much money, right?
Red Sea firster for Anthony Dutrow.
Yeah, it has a little bit of pedigree.
Here's Cooper. Dam produced Jefferson Street, that good sprinter.
It's just more of a dirt pedigree, and it just feels like they're trying something different with a horse who hasn't really panned out.
The other Chad Brown, the first-time starter for Spendthrift.
It's a half to 3 turf winners with plenty of pedigree, so, I mean, he could be dangerous, but he's not taking any money.
Second dam, very good on the grass. So here is Redouty. The dam produced Drake's Passage.
She was
Very
a
good on
turf
dirt.
horse, but they tried Drake's Passage, and Chad Brown tried the half of the turf because there's more turf in the pedigree.
Burn Notice, another Clement getting on turf.
Yeah, I think this one could be dangerous as well. Both of these, and the Clements are huge prices.
Tom Morley barn. Retica was forward last start and just missed.
She was, but it was a much softer spot theoretically than this race. He.
Volatile Storm, Todd Pletcher.
He is from a dam that won 2 of 5 turf races, though her production has not been good.
This horse was 89-1 last start, Laird of Magnolia.
I just wonder if the 9, 11, and 12, all coming in the Davy Crocker race, had good trips and just weren't that good.
Showed some ability, though. Here's Snooky Bear, Rick Dutrow Jr. barn.
Yeah, I thought this horse was kind of sluggish early. We'll see if he's more professional today.
No Merlot, Sideways, 15-1.
No Merlot. That's that's from
Sideways.
Sideways.
Yeah.
You said it right. Brilliant. Yeah, yeah, right.
Such a great movie.
Such
and
a
then
great
Papa Golf
scene.
at 14-1. Todd Pletcher getting on turf for start number 2.
I mean, this horse took money the first time, didn't do much running, and I can't find any turf pedigree on the dam side, but hard spun's a Danzig, obviously, so it's turf.
There's a lot to like from the debut from this 2-year-old for Chad Brown. Let's go back to the beginning of the race under the lights. Monmouth at the Meadowlands did not start well.
Yeah, he gets left, and then he's wide the whole way, and I get it. He was a heavily favored. He lost a horse that had not run well in a turf race, but that horse had to run the race up front, and I'm going to say there would have been a smoother ride if Irad had been riding him in the stretch.
This was Paco Lopez. And that experience, look, shows fight down the lane, and yeah, comes up on the wrong end of things. Gonna benefit from that.
You'd like to think so. Maybe the argument is he hung in the stretch, but I don't know. I feel like he had a lousy trip.
So 7-5 favorite with more. Let's go back down to Maggie.
I want to take a look at a horse who's trying the turf for the first time from the Christophe Clement barn. Now, he'll send out Redouty in here, who I just feel like needs a start, isn't taking that much money, but neither is number 6, Burn Notice. What's funny is, while Burn Notice owned by Barry Schwartz, it's a total Robert Evans pedigree when you go back and look at it. Now, the dam, she was 0 for 6 throughout her career, but she was much better on the turf. This is her first full. The second dam was Acronism, who was a multiple stakes winning dirt sprinter, but was a multiple graded stakes winner on the turf and on the synthetic. Also, this horse's dam have to have at it, who won the grade 3 Hill Prince. So there's pedigree there. He does have a turf hoof. He looks sensational. He might be a little bit of a slow plotter. That's my concern about him, because he is that bigger type, and he didn't show much speed in that dirt race first time out. But I do want to give him a shot here, and he is a more than generous 22-1 right now for a ever dangerous barn. Moving on to Todd Pletcher's experienced runner in number 10, Papa Golf, as this one is a hard spun. Love hard spuns on the turf. Love them on whatever surface they come on. But if you look at the second generation, the dam is half to My Conquistador, who was a graded stakes winner on the turf. Also, ironically, half to Running Son of a Gun, who's good on the main track. Now, this isn't a good move for Todd Pletcher necessarily, with his 2-year-old maiden second-time starters going from dirt to turf. He is only 2 for 48, but Papa Golf does look as though he'll handle the turf. Got a really aggressive warm-up too, of course, from Kendrick, but really fired him away from the rest of this field. That's why you got to him last in that post parade. So giving the feeling with the stretch out and distance that Kendrick's going to try to be a little bit aggressive with this guy, get him into the game a bit more. And like I said, Greg, I know this isn't a Todd Pletcher MO, but at least he looks like he'll appreciate this surface change.
We will find out shortly. Pletcher with a couple in here, got the firster as well, and then Papa Golf, switch from dirt to grass, the 10 at 15-1.
Yeah, listen, he's a guess. I'm not gonna tell anybody they shouldn't be betting a horse at a big price. I don't, you want to bet a first-time turfer, go for it. Maggie had good things to say, go for it.
And both these Christophe Clement runners, the 5 and the 6. 5's debuting, 6 getting on turf for the first time, start number 2. And even though the 5, produced Drake's Passage, who's a monster on the dirt, there's turf pedigree with both, aren't there?
Well, there is. And Drake's Passage, some people remember, began his career on the turf. And it's funny because Chad Brown is a half. And I think he ran the horse on dirt first time. Maybe, I can't remember, maybe on turf. And he said, I understand why Christophe ran Drake's Passage on turf first time, because the pedigree says more turf. You look at them and think they're more turfy, but maybe they're just dirt horses. But that doesn't mean that this horse couldn't be a turf horse, and I'm sure Christophe looked at it and probably thinks maybe more of a turf horse. The pedigrees matter to an extent. They obviously matter a lot, but I think it's one of the things we see with Chad Brown, right? Winning with horses you don't think have a lot of turf pedigree. It's looking at them and thinking they're more turf horses, and the better your eye, the better you'll do.
No one seemed to have been able to really do that better than he has. Yeah. It's remarkable, isn't it?
No, it is. It's funny, talking to different trainers and talking to people, horses and based on how they look and different things, and it's a skill. Maggie has it. I don't have it. I have no idea.
Pick 5 pool, 282,000 and growing. This one's been favored throughout. Start number 2, high beta. And again, keep your eyes on the break. Can he get out better than when he just walked out of the field in that debut?
And he's overbet, but the reason that he's such this is sort of obvious. He's taking a lot of money because nobody else is. Well, yeah, of course, but it's because it seems that none of the firsters are live. Neither Clement is at all live. The 4 seems to be quiet in the board, right? It's like,
which I don't get.
There's nobody. Yeah, I mean, you would have thought the 4, especially with Flavien Prat riding this one, not that I riding the other one, but you would have thought maybe, well, Flavien's on that one, and maybe he's going to win, and we don't know how good high beta is, but the board is just completely dead other than the 1, right?
Really seems that way. Spendthrift Farm, 2-year-old race of the day, and Spendthrift with the 4. Constitution Road debuting here, the other Chad Brown with Flavien Prat, 5-1 right now. Set for the late pick 5. Let's go upstairs. Chris Griffin to get us started.
C. Hesitates. Red C, just a touch reluctant here. John Velasquez, Red C. Now Cooper moves forward. Cooper and Junior Alvarado. There to the outside is Papa Golf. Kendra Carmouche go in. A Constitution Road. Snooky Bear. Snooky Bear's in. Radati. No Merlot. Burn Notice. Those are going to be the last 2. Here's Burn Notice. Going in first. Joe Rosario board. And No Merlot to the outside. Luis Rivera Jr. No Merlot steps forward and in. All set. Man, they're off. Squeeze at the start was Radati, is going to be the early trailer. Towards the inside, high beta, flashes early speed, but has plenty of company. There's Red Sea in that mix, 3 wide. Joining them is Ratico. These 3 across the course, and joining them is Volatile Storm. They push the tempo, and now Ratico is in front, is up by. Call it a full length, and Ratico's going to take him towards that turn. High beta is towards the inside, now a challenging second. As they back off the tempo now, Ratico is the leader. Ratico's up by a full length. High beta towards the inside, and here comes Red Sea, engaged from second. Volatile Storm out wider is now a challenging third. Back there in the 5th spot is going to be Papa Golf, just off of the tempo, is now 3 lengths back there in 5th, is followed towards the outside by Burn Notice. Constitution Road is down at the rail, is going to be mid-pack, is followed to the outside by Laird of Magnolia, then Snooky Bear. In behind them comes No Merlot, and second to last will be Cooper with the trailer, Radauti. They approach, half mile left to go, 48. And 4. The half-mile time, Ratico is the target. Ratico is in front, is up by a full length and a half. Now being encouraged to move forward, that's Red Sea. High Beta is out the rail. Ground Saving Journey is in third. Volatile Storm just got out just a touch, is in fourth, and losing some ground here as Papa Golf is going to slip through towards the inside. Papa Golf just had to steady briefly, and High Beta switches right to the outside, gets a dream run to move right to the outside of Ratico, who is the leader. High Beta in full pursuit. High Beta cruises on by. High Beta now sprinting clear, and look at High Beta just opening up, full of himself down the lane, just enjoying things very much. High Beta sprinting well clear, is now up by 4. 5 winding lengths, the 16th left to go. Constitution Road is making up some ground up on the outside, but High Beta, that's your winner. High Beta is going to win at Constitution Road. Papa Golf is in there, and also Snooky Bear in 1 minute 43.59 seconds.
Chad Brown Exacta here in the 5th. High Beta, second time out. Klarovich Stables, Arad Ortiz Jr. the win.
Obviously worked out a perfect trip sitting inside. Rails are down and everything, but he looked very impressive in the stretch. Now the question is, was it a bit of an illusion because the horses behind him aren't that good? But you don't usually win turf races this easily, and he really was running in the stretch. 4 ran a decent race, nice trip, saving ground. The first 3 finishers actually saved ground until the stretch. And a good call by Maggie on the 10, a long shot who clearly outran his odds. Did appreciate the turf, finishing third, I believe, held off the number 11. But source was pretty good.
Yeah, 1-4-10. Even money, 6-1, 15-1. But Public, we thought might overbet this one a little bit. They were right.
They were right. He won easily, even money on him. I'll be interested to see, but to be honest, this time of the year, that final time, it's probably not a bad race, so we'll see going forward.
Another long shot completes the superfecta. Snooky Bear at 37-1, the 11, getting 4th place money. So 1, 4, 10, 11, but a no doubt about it winner. High Beta crushes this group here in start number 2 after being a beaten odds-on favorite first time out under the lights.
Yep. Yes, much more professional today. Much more. Helps to get Irad Ortiz. He's pretty good.
Yes, he is. Late pick 5 underway with an even money favorite. We're saying so long to Andy Serling. Have a great rest of your weekend.
Thank you.
And I'll be joined by Keisha Clement and the MIG after a short time out.
Have fun. See you.
All right, we got a lot more coming up. We'll get to the late pick 4 right after this. Prices from High Beta's victory here in this 5th. Dominant victory here in start number 2 with Arad Ortiz Jr. in the irons.
It's a domineering display by the ultra-talented McKenzie. McKenzie in a dominant performance.
One today, we get to all do 1,200,000.
Chancer McPatrick proves best.
Chancer McPatrick wins the Champagne impressively. It is going to be all Scottish Lassie. She wins the Frisette easily.
Welcome back. You're watching America's Day at the Races here on FS2. As we just saw an emphatic winner of today's 5th race, all about High Beta, as he worked out a perfect trip for Chad Brown. Meet this guy here, Arad Ortiz Jr. And Arad, as you said, you wanted to get him in a good position, follow a horse around there, and when you asked him, he exploded.
Yes, last time he ran a Meadowlands, he missed the brake, totally missed the brakes. So I was looking forward to brake a little better today and hit the first turn, the chute. I was in front already, so I said, beautiful. Now he come back to me, crossing the wire. After the wire, he come back to me in the first turn. I just follow Dylan horse. I feel like it was a live horse to follow. So I sit there, I wait, by my time, and when I hit the clear, the horse responded really well.
He really did. And when you asked him, you kind of shook him up a little bit, he found another gear for you.
Yeah, he did. He don't like to fight too much with him. He's a little light mouth, so I don't want to be on his weight. And at the same time, I just chose the stick, and he just gave me a good kick on the end.
I want to ask you about a horse coming up in the 6th race next, Equivoque. It's a tough allowance field, but he's second off of that extended layoff. You have ridden him in his past 3. Putting blinkers on today and stretching out for Todd Pletcher. What's the game plan, as he kind of got away from there a little bit awkwardly last time out?
Last time, before that, he showed some speed, so I'm hoping with the blinkers help me a little bit at the break today, and I got a great post. I'm outside, I can see what's going on inside of me and make a decision on the race at the first 100 meters. After that, I think he's a nice horse, and I'm hoping he's ready. Todd bring them ready, so I'm ready to roll.
Let's go back to back. Well, congratulations here, Rhett.
Thank you, Maggie.
All right, High Beta expertly guided to a big win to break his maiden for some very familiar connections. As Greg, you have some familiar faces joining you on set now.
Yes, I do. Acacia Clement, champion rider. Richard Migliori joining me, stepping in for Andy, who's off for the rest of the weekend here. So we're going to take you the rest of the way with 2 stakes races to come, Forever Together, where Delahaye looks incredibly tough to beat, and then the Grade 3 Long Island looks a little more wide open.
Yeah, I agree. But, you know, we always say that's why they don't run them on paper, right? Obviously, Delahaye could just be a class above what she faces, but she is coming out of some graded stakes tries, and she was just beating better company last time out. I'd like to see her be forwardly placed again, because I think she runs her best races when she can use that early speed. So we'll see what kind of trip she gets today, Richie, because in turf racing, it is so much about the trip.
Absolutely. You want to save ground on the turf, but then you also want to, secure that running room when you need it, but saving ground critical. And particularly when we start talking about the Long Island being a 3-turn race, you cannot afford to be wide on more than 1 turn unless you're just decidedly best.
High Beta kicks off this late pick 5, was very impressive. Much the best against this group here in start number 2 in our Spendthrift Farm. 2-year-old race of the day returns $4.20. So the public right on. Chad Brown 1-2, Constitution Road. Keep your eyes on that one. First time starter winds up, distant second, but one certainly with a lot of upside with that pedigree as well. The early pick 5, just over $400. As we move on to the late pick 4. Entry-level allowance, 1-turn mile coming up, and the betting board showing us this is a pretty wide open group. Right now it's the 5 timeout. Acacia for Belmont. Junior Alvarado coming out of a Grade 1 who's favored.
This is an incredibly competitive allowance. You can make a case for a lot of horses. This is almost like a mini stakes race. And yeah, timeout we last saw in the Pennsylvania Derby was second, 2 starts back going the 9 furlongs. Actually like the cutback in distance to the mile for him, Richie. And the thing about this horse is that Bill Mott had said this summer that he seems like he's kind of one that's taken a little bit more time to kind of get going and get his feet underneath him. And it seems that prior to the Pennsylvania Derby, those last few races were him going in the right direction.
Yeah, and I'm very willing to forgive the Pennsylvania Derby. Parks is a funny track. Some horses just do not handle it. They just don't seem to be able to get a good traction on it. They slide, they lose confidence. His races leading up to that, though, were good. And, Bill Mott's not a guy that's looking to run horses in the Pennsylvania Derby that don't belong. And he's a beautiful son of Curlin out of the Warfront mare Low.
Well, meanwhile, Pentathlon in here has a lot to live up to. Homebred for the Phipps family, who have produced some pretty good ones over the years. Right now, 8-1 on Pentathlon. There's those silks of the Phipps stable, Son of Speightstown. They, of course, had the perfect personal ensign who beat males in the Whitney, was champion older female, 1988, and went on to be a pretty good broodmare as well.
She was perfect on the racetrack, 13 for 13, winning that thrilling Breeders' Cup Distaff over your Derby, winning winning colors by a nose, beating a good group here as well. And it's rare, too, to have a mare this accomplished on the track to be as good as she was as a broodmare, you know, producing champions.
Those deep families, I mean, you see it even with pentathlon here. The dam is the parade is the sisters parading, multiple graded stakes winner. It just goes back generations and generations. And sometimes you want to get kind of lost down the rabbit hole. If you see a Phipps homebred running, just start to look through the pedigrees and you can just see it coming. And then, of course, you've got the likes, Greg, of Easy Goer. Obviously, you think immediately one without the other. Sunday Silence and Easy Goer, the rivalry they had on the racetrack. But Easy Goer, such an incredibly talented horse.
Pretty good resume, Meg. Belmont, Whitney, Travers, Woodward, Jockey Club Gold Cup, 9 Grade 1 wins.
If you have a 3-year-old put together a campaign like that and is not 3-year-old champion ever again, I would be astonished. And somehow, Sunday Silence got the measure of him because of that Breeders' Cup Classic. But on his day, Easy Goer was as good a horse as in that generation. You know, the thing about it was he didn't run turns well, where Sunday Silence was shiftier, and he used to get the drop on him, right? And some people say, well, Easy Goer is more talented, but he doesn't have the shiftiness. Well, the shiftiness is part of the talent. And as much a fan of Easy Goer as I was, you just had to give it to Sunday Silence.
Another incredible homebred for the Phipps family, Inside Information, who capped off her incredible career, 14 wins and 17 starts with a record margin of victory in that Breeders' Cup Distaff, winning by 13.5 lengths.
Well, that was one of the things I think is the most astounding about it. Not only was she a terrific racehorse, but you don't see finishes like this, Richie, in a Breeders' Cup race where she is just truly off the screen. And in a common canter, it seems, down to the wire.
Yeah, she won as easy as I've ever seen a Breeders' Cup winner, and they're facing the best that the world has to offer. Not the best that North America has to offer. The best of the best congregate, and she just absolutely toyed with this group. What a tremendous mare, and it's Mike Smith aboard there, and his relationship with the Phipps family, Shug McGahee, you know, obviously helped propel him into that Hall of Fame stratosphere.
So it sounds like pentathlon has a lot to live up to here.
a bit.
Yeah.
Right now, 8-1 for the Phipps homebred here in this 6th race to start our late pick 4. There he is, 3-year-old who has shown promise, had a big maiden win at Saratoga this summer. Can he build on it today? We'll find out next.
Cyberknife was a very talented horse from day one. A very gifted, fast horse, a lot of speed, able to carry it around 2 turns. Looks a tremendous amount like Gun Runner, same ability and talent, beautiful physical, outworked every horse on the board. Holds the track record in the Haskell. He won it in impressive fashion, beating a very good group of horses.
And Cyberknife has won the TVG.com Haskell over Tama. Jack Christopher finished 3rd.
The Arkansas Derby was one of his best. Showed how much talent he really does have and stamped himself as one of the best 3-year-olds in the country.
His name is Cyberknife!
Cyberknife ranks up there as one of the most talented horses I've ever had in training. Multiple Grade 1 winner, brought it every time you let him over there. Excited about him passing on his durability, his soundness, and his talent. And if he does, he could definitely be a breed-shaping stallion.
The 2024 Global Symposium on Racing, celebrating 50 years of being the premier networking event of the year. 50 years of connecting the who's who of racing and collaborating face-to-face with key decision makers. Discover the latest technology and innovation while being a part of the international conversation. Join us December 9th through 11th. Register at racingsymposium.com.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Back with you on our Fox Sports 2 coverage. You're watching America's Day at the Races as we close out opening weekend of this Aqueduct Fall Meet. We have the Late Pick 4 coming up, approaching the 9-minute mark to post. There's a look at our mild favorite here. Timeout, Belmont, Junior Alvarado. Homebred for Claiborne Farm and Adele Dilschneider. 7-2 right now. Let's go downstairs to Maggie.
And that's just how competitive this field is, Greg, to see a favorite at 7-2. But I do agree with that, with Timeout being the lukewarm favorite as he drops out of that Pennsylvania Derby. And I suppose Ben Salem did not agree with Timeout because he was uncharacteristically really wound up, obstreperous to get the tack on, rearing up. That's not the Timeout that I have seen in the past. And luckily, it's not the Timeout that I'm seeing today. And if anything, seems like as he gets to the tail end of this 3-year-old season, so he's grown again. He looks fantastic here, and he's behaving beautifully. So I don't mind the turn back to the 1-turn mile either. He's kind of built that way. He's got a little bit more of that downhill type of frame to him. So all things good for Timeout. Now there's a horse who is coming back off a considerable layoff. We haven't seen Global Perspective and 14 months plus for Chad Brown, and looks to go back-to-back here as he does get Lasix. First time on a dry, fast track, too, which I could only think should help him. But there's a little bit of routine improvement. This guy is certainly right in the mix as he comes in. Now, he's a very good-looking 2-year-old, but he comes in really strong. And what I think is encouraging, I didn't think he looked particularly fit in that debut, which has turned out to be a very live race with Cesar Gray, your PA Derby winner, Dornick, your Belmont winner, finishing just in front of him. So the fact that he comes back looking more fit now than what he did in that debut says to me that, well, he can possibly win off of a layoff. The problem is that I know he broke his maiden in that kind of 1.5-turn mile there. I wish this race was shorter coming back off the bench. It's not like he's necessarily lengthened in his frame. He's actually fairly compact and built like a horse that actually wants less ground. I'm okay with a mile. I would just feel more optimistic, especially with the first race back, if it was 7/8 per se. As we'll take a look at the horse who will bookend the field, number 12, Equivoque, for trainer Todd Pletcher. Now he does apply a pair of shortcut cheater blinkers as he stretches out in distance. And I know that his best race to date came going the 7/8 in his debut. I really like the 1-turn mile for him. He does have a bit more size to him. So I think this is the right distance. He looks so strong, so fit off the bench. As you heard Arad Ortiz say in that interview after winning the last race on High Beta, he wants to get him out of the gate, and being the last horse in on the outside often helps with that as those blinkers go on, as well as getting more distance to work with here. Greg, he makes a really, really nice impression as he does sit at 5-1.
First start back, thank you, Maggie, in about 1.5 years for this 4-year-old by Good Magic. And Acacia, you saw him last time he was ready to run in the paddock.
Yeah, and it's funny, often Maggie and I think on similar wavelengths, but I had written down that the 6 furlongs was just a starting point, and I was not a supporter of him as the favorite because I just really thought that he was going to want more distance. So I was so excited to see him coming in here at the mile now that he gets to stretch out as well. And he was a horse that just looked like in the paddock last time that he was kind of looking around at everything else, Richie. You know, sometimes when they've been off for a period of time and you saw that kind of slow start for him and it looked like he wasn't kind of getting into the race as quickly as you need with a sprint, and the blinkers can really help, not to mention now having a race under his belt after that big layoff.
Yeah, they say a race is like 5 or 6 workouts, gets the blinkers, great outside post. You know, going a mile here at Aqueduct outside is such an advantage. And all you got to do is go back to his first race to get an idea of his ability. Look who is second, Mulligan.
Yeah, probably came into the Breeders' Cup Sprint in the best form of anybody. You concerned at all, though, by the comeback? Because his debut, yeah, he beats Mulligan, and he does it with a 96 buyer, and he comes off the bench with a much, much lower figure.
Not necessarily, because I think he had legitimate excuses. Got off a little bit slow. Like I said, I thought he was a bit distracted. He was kind of stuck in a chasing position, and Bramido came from really far off of it to close. And Equivoque is just, he's not a closing sprinter type. He's more of a grinder. He's more of a staying type. And horses like that, I think, just take a little bit more time to get their feet underneath of them.
And I think that even lends more credence to the outside post being a help for him because he's going to be unhindered finding his rhythm, getting into that stride.
5-1 from that outside post. Meanwhile, Yo Daddy, Linda Rice, there's a look at this 3-year-old by Yoshida, who will be getting back on dirt. And the last time occasion we saw him on dirt, 90 Beyer speed figure in a dominant 6+ length win.
Yeah, this was impressive, and he made an early move on the turn as well. He's a horse that sometimes can be hard to handle on the front end, and it's funny, I remember speaking to Linda Rice before the Jockey Club Derby and asking, what do you think is his best surface? And she said, I don't really know. Maybe he's probably the best dirt horse, but he kind of looks more like a turf horse. And but he has early speed where you could kind of see he was running off last time out as well. I did appreciate that even though he kind of made that early move, he was able to sustain it when going a mile on the main, Richie.
Yeah, listen, he does have 1 win, 3 seconds and a third from 7 tries on the turf. And then, yeah, he went into much tougher company. I think he's getting back to a much more realistic spot, even though this is a real solid allowance race here. And the dirt, and I think those turf races kind of muddy up his form a little bit. He's the kind of horse that, to me, will get away at a bigger price than he should, although 9-2 is probably more than fair because he's 6-1 morning line.
Meanwhile, timeout. This one, the homebred for Claiborne Farm, Adele Dilschneider, Bill Mott, Junior Alvarado team up. Big maiden win earlier this summer, then tried the Curlin against Unmatched Wisdom. Tough spot, and then ran very good after that at Saratoga, just missing by a half length.
He did, and he missed as a 3-year-old behind Game Warden, who was kind of the older, more seasoned veteran of this field, Richie. You know, you had kind of some exciting up-and-coming younger horses in there, and sometimes just these older horses with the seasoning and with the tried-and-true record at the mile and an eighth are able to tough it out a little bit more.
Yeah, I also think that, you know, Flying P Stable at that period of time, everything they put on the track was running.
Speaking of Flying P Stable, here's Commuted. Kick off the post parade.
Purchased at the Fasig-Tipton digital sale for $150,000. Distance, no problem for this guy.
Last start on dirt, a dominant victory for Yo Daddy.
That race puts him squarely in the frame here.
Here's the Phipps Stable homebred pentathlon.
And a bit of an underachiever as of yet. Needs a little bit more punch today.
Timeout for Bill Mott.
Coming out of the Pennsylvania Derby, and I like him cutting back in distance.
Osmodius, he could be forward.
Can be forward. You get Christopher Elliott. They get that weight break. Expect him to be forward.
Jackson Heights had that rail skimming beauty at Saratoga this summer.
And he's the exact opposite running style. He likes to be many, many lengths back off the pace.
Debut, Global Perspective. He was third behind Seize the Gray, and then he came back and broke his maiden.
Yeah, coming off a significant layoff. Usually not a problem for Chad Brown runners. I'll take a wait-and-see approach.
Emirates Roads put together back-to-back wins for Brad Cox.
He has, though this is really a class test. Broke his one, I should say, for $35,000 two back.
Big maiden win for the Rick Dutrow Jr. runner Mazmac last start.
And he came out of that super live race at Saratoga. 2 starts back, the top 3 finishers all came back, though he beat Upstanding last time out. Upstanding, very disappointing yesterday as the favorite.
And one we've talked quite a bit about, Tarat Ortiz Jr. outside for Todd Pletcher, blinkers going on the 12th.
Great post, race under his belt off the layoff, adds the blinkers. He is a major player. 6-1 is too big a price for him as far as I'm concerned.
Wow, things have changed quite a bit on the board. All of a sudden, Mazmac has become a solid favorite now, 2-1. Joel Rosario, he was on board for that maiden win at 4-5 last start, to 5th time. The charm break is his maiden, and now his first time against winners.
Yeah, he's got to step up, and he does not find an easy spot to do it as he faces winners for the first time. Like I said, incredibly live race at Saratoga that he did face last time out. Upstanding yesterday, though, was 60 cents to the dollar, and while he was second, he was a distant second, and just really kind of disappointing at a very short price when he looked like he was very much the horse to beat. Mazmac, though, he's put forth a couple of solid efforts for Rick Dutrow, and I like him overall. I just think that he meets a tough group, Richie.
He's a massive favorite in the double, too.
Is he really?
Yeah.
Surprising to me.
2-1 right now on this runner right here, Maggie.
Greg, that would make 4 of us gobsmacked that Masmak is your favorite. I don't necessarily get it. I think he does have some talent, but to be a short price facing winners for the first time in this field seems a little strange to me. So maybe the public, they know more than we do. Look, I had no problems with him in the paddock. He's a good-looking sort, very flashy looking. Sorry, I told you guys the 8. I meant the 11. He got a little hot in there, but then he since cooled down. He looks fine out on the racetrack. But again, at a short price, I just don't necessarily understand it. As we'll take a look at some inside runners, including number 2, Yo Daddy. And Acacia said, Linda Rice saying, well, thinking that maybe he's a turf horse because he looks like a turf horse. He does look like a turf horse. I mean, I totally get it. I get it. I'm sorry, Linda. You're right. But his better races have come on the dirt. Very sharp in the paddock so far, has stayed with the pony. I think rightfully so for Jose Lescano, a really horse that can be quite high strung, so therefore a little bit hot in the prelims as well. But like I said, he's kind of that, oxymoron type of horse where he looks so turf meant. Maybe he's just more of a dirt horse. As we'll take a look at Pentathlon, who, yes, I agree. He's been a bit of an underachiever, and I feel like everything needs to go in Pentathlon's way. But last time he did sit in hand 3 wide, and then he made a move to the leaders in which the pace kind of came apart a bit. So he was the first one to kind of break that pace wide open. And he is a more than generous 13-1 for a horse that looks sensational. Greg, I would have to say the 3, 5, and 12 by far look the best in this field.
All right, Maggie, thank you. A 13-1 shot, dude. Look, this one has shown the ability to lay close at sprint distances. So Dylan Davis might have some options with Pentathlon.
Absolutely. And look, like Maggie said, he did kind of make that early move and then just flattened out at that point in that last start. And then 2 starts back, he was running against some really nice horses and maybe just a bit too far. But even when he won, Richie, he was part of a heavily favored entry facing a horse that has had many, many chances. I just find him tough to trust.
Well, I agree with you, but I thought he kind of moved into the teeth of a hot pace last time. I always find these things a little bit interesting. I don't know how much they really apply, but Dylan Davis actually rode Parade, Pentathlon's dam, to her 2 wins, and this is the first time he's getting aboard her son. I just like to see those kind of things.
Favorite. It was a wide open race for most of the wagering, and then all of a sudden, the money came in on Masmak, coming off a maiden victory. So facing winners for the first time and a solid 2-1 choice. Heavy favorite, as we mentioned, in the doubles. So Joel Rosario, Dutch Row Junior Barn, Masmak, the one to beat. As we kick off the late pick 4, let's go to Chris Griffin.
All set. And they're off. Yo Daddy breaks with early speed. Also in between horses, Asmodeus is in the early mix and at the rail. Here comes Commuted to join the early fray. Equivoque far outside. Now it's 3 across the racetrack. Asmodeus in between horses. At the rail, there comes Commuted and far outside Equivoque. Yo Daddy's in behind them and tracking from 5th. There's Global Perspective. Just got passed to the inside by Pentathlon. Is back to 6th. And moving forward is Masmak is now in 7th out in the center of the racetrack. Towards the back end of that group is Time Out. Also right there comes Emirates Road. Far, far back. Maybe some trouble after the start there. Jackson Heights has got to be about 12 lengths the trailer. On the front end, 23 is seconds flat. The leader is Commuted. Jose Ortiz and Commuted, they're up by a half length. Pressure towards the outside. Asmodeus is back for more. Here up on the outside, Equivoque has been wide, but does have a 3-wide run now. Yo Daddy just had to steady, is waiting for room. Jose Lescano, Pentathlon to the outside. Masmak 4 wide. Following that move comes Emirates Road, and Emirates Road is now in the mix, 46 seconds flat for that half-mile time. Under a drive at the back, there is Global Perspective. Time Out far back. Jackson Heights. Commuted is still there. It's Commuted in front. Asmodeus will not go away. Asmodeus now puts a nose in front. Commuted battles on. Yo Daddy's in the clear. Down towards the inside. Center of the racetrack. Here comes that big run from Emirates Road. Masmak is in that mix too. Meanwhile, Commuted is still a nose in front. Emirates Road, Masmak, they travel as a pair, and now it's down to these 2. It's Masmak to the inside. Emirates Road to the outside. Masmak with a head in front. Emirates Road with every chance to push on by. Masmak now a neck in front. Masmak gets the victory. Masmak over Emirates Road, then came Commuted and Asmodeus in 1 minute 35 and 1.
Word was out, and he ran to expectations. He did it with a wide trip as well. It's Mazmak back-to-back.
Yeah, the proverbial they knew in here for sure. And I turned to you, Richie, on the turn. I said, Masmak is traveling. He's wide, but he loomed up, and then he actually re-engaged when the 9 Emirates Road came alongside him.
It's almost like he got interested again when Emirates Road pulled up alongside. And one thing we've come to count on with Joel Rosario, the rider, he's always got a little something left. Not an ideal trip, caught wide throughout, but as you said, you pointed out, he was always traveling well. And it was interesting. This race was almost running waves, right? It was like a couple horses took their shots, middle of the turn, came on, and he was the one that was just perched out there and kept finding. And once again, Joel Rosario, hands and heels, goes through the crop only when it's absolutely the last resort, and found more. Nice effort from Emirates Road under Manny Franco. Just came up second best.
Yeah, he put together back-to-back wins. He was even wider than Mazmak, and he was the only one that really put forth a challenge late in the stretch here. 11-9, 1, and a 46-1 shot. Completing the superfecta here with Christopher Elliott.
Yeah, it looked at one point like that horse might actually loom up to win. To give a little bit of a shout out too to the one commuted Richie. He set the pace and it was pressured, and he actually dug in. There was no competing with the top two, but he dug in to hold on for third. One to maybe watch moving forward.
Yeah, especially from post one, it seemed like Jose Ortiz felt like I have to go forward. Coming up that mile and a quarter race, was able to make the lead, but he did take pressure. And nice to see. Listen, I like that Bill Murray has a presence in New York again, trainer of the 6, Asmodeus. He's a trainer that knows where to place his horse. I mean, a horse is a terrific horseman, and you always see horses outrun their odds for apprentice jockeys. I think they're just so happy to be out there that horses feed on that positive energy.
We did not get the memo. Mazmak seemed like one of several in this race. Public knew he was a heavy favorite in the doubles, and gets the win as the favorite here, 2-1.
And a disappointing effort from Timeout, who never looked comfortable throughout the entire running of the race.
11-9, 1-6. It's Mazmak, Rick Dutrow Jr. Barn, FMQ Stables, and Joel Rosario with the victory. Look back on some earlier action from this weekend and integration. So much promise early on in his career, and a disappointing 4-year-old campaign ends on a high note for integration. Stay with us.
He's a running son of a gun.
Papa Cap now has the advantage.
A graded stakes winning 2-year-old. Grade 1 Breeders' Cup Juvenile runner-up at 2. Multiple Grade 1 placings at 3. Finished in the top 4 in 11 out of 12 starts.
And from here on in, it's just a matter of how far. Papa Cap, an easy winner of the best, pal.
Papa Cap, standing at Walmack.
Back on our Fox Sports 2 coverage, you're watching America's Day at the Races, brought to you where you can play it all. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime at Naira Bets. Pick 4 underway. It's Mazmac facing winners for the first time and goes back-to-back. For the Dutro Junior Bar, Joel Rosario on board for both those wins. Let's go downstairs to Maggie.
Yeah, here with Rick Dutro. What, you were expecting a little more than 680?
I was hoping for it, yeah.
Yeah, I was too. A lot of us were, but they were not. But let's talk a little bit about Mazmac. I thought a major step up, obviously in class, and he responded beautifully.
He sure did. I mean, Joel rode him with a lot of confidence. I'm watching the head on all the way down the backside. He just got that one hold on him, just pounding. I just says, man, this is good. I like what I'm seeing. And he run big. Sandy's horse come to him, looked like he was going to pass him turning for home, and our horse dug in and showed that he's a racehorse today. So I can't wait to watch him run next time.
I was going to say, once they kind of figure it out, Rick, is there like that light bulb that goes off that you notice even in the morning too?
Well, not with him, but it happens with horses. He's always been a horse that wants to show that he wants to do things. But there was always something that was stopping him. So once we sent him to Dr. Bramblage, he cleared him all up. And when he came back to us, he was a free horse. And he's just been running big since then, man. We're very, very excited here.
With the way that he ran, with the wide trip, and the fact that he's just staying on, does he want more ground?
Well, I was asking that to Joel right after the race, and he says, Rick, I think where we're at right now is just fine, but if some kind of opportunity comes up where you go a mile and an eighth, mile and 16th, and it's there, we'll try it. So right now, we're happy with the way things are.
One last question. Where's my invite to Don Peps?
Oh, you got it anytime, babe. Anytime.
No joke. Rick was inviting everybody to Don Peps.
We would. Everybody's invited.
I love it. Rick, congratulations, and may the pasta and the wine be free-flowing tonight.
Thank you. Thank you.
Don Peps. Got that, Greg?
I think I know where I'm going tonight.
I was just going to say,
Let's crash.
I'm just dropping by.
I've got some time
Just to
before
say
my
hi.
flight. Yeah.
Yeah.
$6.80. Mazmac. We'll see what's next. If longer may in fact be better, but now back-to-back wins in a mile.
He's been in very good form since moving to Rick's barn, and he shared, some reasons of why he was sidelined, Richie, and sometimes that just really can make such a huge difference. Faced the talented Montalcino in his first race back, won last time, and then this was really a dominant victory.
I agree with everything you just said, but I got chicken scarpiello on my mind.
Sounds good. High beta, Mazmac, very formful. Pick 5. 2 legs in. It may get even more formful with this race. We'll see what happens. Forever Together, mile and a 16th. Outer Turf, Fillies, Mares 3 and up, and it goes through Delahaye. 2-5 favorite. Chad Ron's been facing so much better company than everybody in this field.
Yes, she certainly has been. She was third behind her 2 stablemates last time, both of whom are grade 1 quality horses.
Race named after a pretty good one. Multi-millionaire, 4-time grade 1 winner and back-to-back winner of the Diana.
For Jimmy Toner, and we're such a fan of this horse, Richie. I love watching replays of her, the gray filly on the outside there. She was just hickory.
She was. Deep closer, would make that inside out move. That was a Clips Award-winning year for Julien Leperoux, riding some really good horses for Jonathan Shepard, and I love horses with that demeanor. I love this ISO shot, ears pinned, just wanting to impose their will.
And yes, I met Jonathan Shepard.
Would go after the 08 Diana, would go on to win the Breeders' Cup Filly and Mare Turf, and then would repeat again in this performance, 2009. And Julien Leperoux on board for both those victories, all 3 of the victories I mentioned. So pretty incredible performer, just shy of $3 million in earnings. Let's go back to the other day. Integration. I was very excited about Integration, obviously after the Hill Prince and what he had done last year to end that campaign. The 4-year-old year was a little rough, but it ends on a very high note.
He's almost kind of been his own worst enemy in some ways, whether he's been difficult mentally before, trouble kind of getting some trips, staying on the racetrack. He was a horse, Richie, who started off his career so well, was the favorite going into the Pegasus World Cup turf race as last year as a 3-year-old, and then kind of got off track a bit. He put it all together in this race, and he got some pace to close into, but I was very impressed. Going a distance that I wasn't sure if was really going to be the best for him.
You know, I was of the same opinion going into it, but after watching the Red Smith, and he had 3 lengths to make up at the 8th pole, and they finished the last furlong in 11 1/5. That means he went a sub-11 final furlong, and horses that don't stay cannot do that. So he completely changed my mind with that performance, and what an outstanding ride from Flavien Prat. He has such a knack at saving ground and keeping his forward progress and not having to stop and start horses, and he was able to ease out to the clear, and what a big finish. I mean, this was impressive.
Pratt said turning for home, he's kind of grinding a little bit, but then at the 8th pole, started to kick into gear, and then we saw that turn of foot.
Yeah, he was flying, and Shug McGahee ended up running 1-2 with limited liability, holding on for a second as well. But I think it's a big step for integration. I would imagine they'll try a race like the Pegasus Turf again, going 1 1/8 down at Gulfstream Park, and looking forward to a big 5-year-old year for him, hopefully, because it seems like just the end of this year, like I said, he's really been able to put it all together on the track.
Kind of a redemption end of the year for a couple of horses we're talking about here, including this next horse, Deterministic, in the Hill Prince, we were so high on him, so excited to see him coming back, and looked like he could be a true Derby contender after that victory in the Gotham. Now he's become a turf horse, and he gets his Grade 3 win in this race just the other day.
And it's funny because even at the very beginning of his career, I know that Christophe Clement always said he thought he was a turf horse, and he's actually bred for turf on the bottom side. He's such a lovely mover, and obviously Richie was able to handle the dirt, but switching over to the turf, yes, he's won. This was really kind of the emphatic win that he needed for his 3-year-old season.
I saw a different level of maturity from Deterministic in this Hill Prince. He stayed in the bridle, he placed himself. There was no of that stop and start kind of runs where he's off the bridle. And when a horse stays in the bridle like that, and I don't mean rank, just all there, it allows the rider to gauge when he wants to move and how much he has underneath him. I thought in a lot of ways, this was a breakout performance for him.
Agreed.
We're going to be moving, I assume, just to our app. Fox Sports app, thank you. Okay, so we're going to be moving to the Fox Sports app momentarily, coming up as we get set for this Forever Together, and then we hope to rejoin you on Fox Sports 2. Stay with us.
Idiomatic in front, 16th to go in the Juddmonte colors. Florent Giroux aboard. Idiomatic to win the Grade 1 Juddmonte Spinster. Idiomatic is taking the lead. Clippier trying to squeeze through, but it's going to be Idiomatic to win. And Idiomatic just opens back up here with every stride. No catching. Idiomatic winning the Juddmonte Spinster for Florent Giroux.
Curlin, the classic sire.
It's Mandaloon. Mandaloon wins.
New York breds. Race them.
Respect them.
Bet them.
Respect them.
Breed them.
Respect them.
Buy them.
Respect them.
Train them for a second career.
Respect them. Join us in respecting thoroughbreds at every stage of life. Learn more at nybreds.com.
Back with you on our Sunday coverage. You're watching America's Day at the Races. Thanks for spending part of your weekend with us. Program brought to you in part by Hallandale at Alapa, and our first of back-to-back stakes in this latter half of the card. Coming up, Forever Together is next. We're approaching the 9-minute mark to post. And Chad Brown with 3 runners in the race, but it's the 3-5 favorite that is attracting all the attention from his barn. Delahaye Flavian Pratt will ride. Seems like a massive standout as we go downstairs to Maggie.
Yep. She does, especially on paper, but she backs it up here in the paddock. Greg, just, you know, you look at the other two Chad Brown runners, and the two of them, they just kind of look dull in their coats, and as if the colder months are catching up with them. Not the case with Delahaye. She does look superior here in the paddock, so all things good for your current heavy favorite at 1-2. So maybe you want to get a little value underneath. One that does that for me is number 4, Edict, as she is second off of the layoff for her second start here in North America for trainer Dave Donk. Now, she is a fairly aggressive, kind of keen type of filly. In that she does want to be forwardly placed into races, as we saw her pressing too wide last time, and she was often on the front end in her Argentina races too, and she's very aggressive in the paddock yet again. But the good thing about her this time around compared to the October 19th effort is that she is so much more fit looking. I am seeing a different physical, at least this time around, and I thought that last race was useful. And as I know that Dave really liked her in the beginning of the summer, but he had to kind of stop and start with the preparations to getting her to the races. So I'm really intrigued, Greg, to see what Edict does today. Look for her to be forward from that more inside post position.
Yeah, thank you, Maggie. We've only seen her once here in the States, in a stake, in the Athenia, and looks like she has a lot of room to move forward. Obviously showed a ton of ability in Argentina.
Yeah, absolutely. And as Maggie mentioned, I think that coming into a stake race off that kind of layoff was a tall order for her. She had been entered a couple times this summer in Saratoga. I believe it was twice that she was entered and scratched, and having to wait until October to start her. So she has a 10-month layoff. She comes right into stakes company. She's part of an early pace, Richie. Just a lot thrown at her at once.
No, I absolutely agree. And Dave Donk, we know, is a trainer that races his horses into condition. He's not a guy that cranks them up so much in the morning they're ready to fire off the bench. I think she gets an interesting setup, too, because I think the 2 payout ratio, who I feel is overmatched here, is going to make the pace. And she might get a very similar trip under John Velasquez as he did the other day on that filly that he won with.
No
that
Mo
was
Candy.
Right, stalking Makenga, who was kind of a runaway pacemaker. I could see a similar trip today.
Yeah, payout ratio probably not going to be around late, but certainly wants to be forward early. Maybe Kanisi, Kendra Carmouche outside is going to try and show some pace as well.
I think she's just not quite as quick early, Kanisi, though, as a horse like payout ratio is. And payout ratio, obviously a huge class test, but I think the biggest thing is with TAS out, you know, you have to kind of send maybe a horse like Kanisi or ones that have the ability to be forward, but that's a benefit of Delahaye. She has tactical speed.
That's Christoph. He was talking to Dylan Davis. Team Breath Away here coming up. Coming out of that Grade 3 Noble Damsel in that narrow defeat to Ocean Club.
She ran very well this day, and honestly, this was a day when you really wanted to be along the rail. Ocean Club was a class of the field. She was able to wire the field that day, and Dylan Davis really had no other option than to tip out and try to close to catch her. I think, Richie, if he was able to get inside and close, maybe she would have had a little bit more of a punch, but all things considered, I thought she ran very well.
She's finishing. Look at the way she's reaching for ground coming to the wire. She wanted it. She just couldn't quite get there with that wide trip. And Christoph Command has, to me, is responsible for raising Dylan Davis to the other level. He showed confidence in him to put him in, on contenders in Grade 1s, gave him his first few Grade 1 victories of his career, and you could see the confidence they have in each other now.
So our post break, we're going to start with Quarrel from the inside with Jose Ortiz.
One who could be a pace presence. She's cutting back in distance a bit. The thing with Coral, though, not a winning type.
Speed, as we touched on, next door at payout ratio.
Will be around early. Don't see her being around late, but I think she has a big say in how this race is run because I think she is the pacemaker.
One of a trio of runners for Chad Brown. Here's Venecia.
The blinkers going on, and I saw a quote from Chad where he said he hopes she gets some better early position. Was very far back last out.
David Donk, second time state start for Edict.
I think Edict is going to sit a really nice trip, and she has that race under her belt.
Clermont Barn, Breath Away, Again with Dylan Davis. There she is.
And we looked at her last race while she is stretching out slightly from the mile. I don't think will make a difference for her. She has some nice mid-pack type of kick.
Chad Brown's root cause, she went gate to wire when she won 2 back at Saratoga.
And that was because nobody else was aggressive. Irad Ortiz making the smart move to set the pace. She's one that will come from a little bit more off of it.
Probably deserving to be this short. Here's Delahaye for Chad Brown.
She's the best horse, and she's versatile. She won't be pace compromised. If they go quick, she can be further back. They go slow, she can be on top of them.
And another one who likes to be forward, Kanisi with Kendrick Carmouche.
Second off of the layoff here. She can be forwardly placed. Disappointed, but tough competition last time.
5 minutes to post in the Forever Together. Let's go downstairs to Maggie.
Love my Dave Dong catch-ups. As we were discussing Edict, and you were just telling me that, you know, you said to me in the beginning of Saratoga that you really liked her. You're really intrigued by your Argentinian import. But you've had some stops and starts along the way to get her to the races.
Yeah, listen, she's a multiple Group 1 winner in Argentina last year. So had her ready in Saratoga, had her in one day, spiked a bit of fever a few days before the race. It took her a week or so to get over it, so it's a little longer setback than you'd like. Did well, had her back in allowance race here. A couple days before the race, she popped a foot abscess, which I was fortunate that it was something that did, because those feet issues can linger a long time. So, listen, the idea has been try to run her once or twice. So it's been I'm not going to say a rush campaign, but I didn't quite maybe get her ready as much as I would have liked to last time. So a really good effort, good education. You know, I just want to see her move forward today.
Does she?
Yeah, I think she will. I mean, Johnny's breezed her. I'm going to be very conservative at any time, but yes, she's she's a really nice filly, and the idea is long term for next year. And listen, I've watched what Ignacio has done with Didia, and if you look at the pattern, and they won the same kind of races in Argentina, and what he's done such a great job with her. And I think when you bring these over, it's not immediate impact, but a little bit longer term, and especially with grass horses.
I like that, playing the long game. Well, wishing you the best of luck with her here, but I'll be looking forward to seeing her maybe next year too.
That's the plan.
Dave, as always, thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Dave Dong sending out Edict in here. Hopefully a little move forward this time around. Greg?
And he's got one in the finale coming up, too, so he's going to have to watch kickoff with the Jets at the Cardinals from his barn, I believe.
I'm sure that he has a TV dedicated to the Jets. I would be surprised if that wasn't the case.
He is committed. He is a diehard Jets fan.
A lot of upside, it looks like, for Edict. Group 1 winner in Argentina, and a lot to build on off that debut.
And I thought he gave some really interesting insight in that interview, and especially comparing to a horse like Didia, who's now a Grade 1 winner in America as well. You know, sometimes it's hard to read that form from Latin America and how does it stack up, and sometimes you do really have to play the long game and kind of figure out where they fit, figure out what they're best with, and especially, as you pointed out, Richie, kind of the patient approach that Dave takes with his horses getting to the track.
Yeah, he's not looking at today's the only day, right? He's trying to build them into a career. John Velasquez and he have been a good combination for years. Dave had a lot to do with Johnny really getting a foothold in New York back many years ago now. I just think she's interesting. Listen, I have no false illusions. Delahaye is going to be extremely tough to beat. I'm taking a little bit of a swing at 8-1 because I do think that she's going to improve vastly with that race under her belt and a different kind of setup.
Here's the favorite, though. So here's Delahaye coming out of 4 consecutive graded stakes, including a win of the Mint Julep on that yielding course at Churchill Downs. Here's the Ballston Spa. Our most recent performance. What do you think of this?
Well, she ran okay, but listen, it was a short field. 3 of them were Chad Brown. Ran 1, 2, 3 in here, but she was beaten by Buta Cache, who wired the field, Grade 1 winner. And then closing on the outside is Gina Romantica, Grade 1 winner. Came back in her subsequent start to win a Grade 1 with a 103 Beyer speed figure. I mean, these 2 fillies, mares I should say, that are running ahead of her would be such a class above even what's running in here, Richie. It's just on the class. Now, she has tactical speed. I prefer her when she's able to be forward. I know that she won the Mint Julep coming from off of it, and saw a quote from Chad Brown where he said that he felt that she was maybe running a little bit better early in the year, but gave her a little bit of a freshening after the Ballston Spa, and sometimes that can really just do wonders for a horse that's had a tough campaign.
I absolutely come in here fresh, fit, and her versatility really makes her double tough.
But there's 2 others from that same barn of Chad Brown. Let's go back to Maggie.
Yeah, we'll take a look at number 3 in here, Venencia for Chad. And she is one that is third off of that extended layoff. And I think she looks so much more fit than when she began this campaign back at the races. And she's run very well. Her last start, especially as she just kind of got steadied back to last after the break, not really through no fault of her own, just horses coming over on her. She was able to save ground, and then she circled up around the turn and rallied well just for her stablemate to have the jump on her that day, though she was the beaten favorite. Now, I didn't see her in her last effort here at the Big A. I just did not think she looked great in her coat whatsoever. And like I said, she's moved forward, but I just wish she looked better from that overall perspective. For me, Greg, it's a cold 8-4 exacta.
So 2-5 favorite over the David Donk, second-time starter here in the States. Edict. And let's see. That'd be 9-1
On the 4?
on a 8-4 exacta.
Nothing wrong with that. And that's a good way to look for some value. I mean, if you think that Delahaye is going to be so tough to beat as the short price in the class, maybe take a look at somebody else underneath.
Here's your big favorite, 2-5 Delahaye, graded stakes winner. The massive standout in this Forever Together 1-3 for Chad Brown. Let's go to Chris Griffin for the call.
Delahaye and Kanisi. Edict not in yet. Just took a turn there. Kanisi, last low to the outside, and in. All set. And they're off in the Forever Together. Quarrel flashes early speed. Edict is in the early mix, and Kanisi wants to join them. While off the rail in the early stages, and Quarrel, Jose Ortiz, they now assume command. They're in front, and Edict is content to just stalk this pacer now from second. At the rail, there comes Payout Ratio, who's going to be in third. Tightly bunched here on the front end as Kanisi's going to take back. Doesn't want to be a part of the early action so far. Is now in fourth. Is 2.5 now, 3 off the lead. At the inside comes Breath Away, is following that move, and there is Delahaye. Delahaye is in that second grouping, is now traveling in the 6th spot. The 2 at the back, Root Cause, with the early trailer, Menencia. They work up the backstretch, and the pressured opening quarter mile was 23-4. Quarrel is in front. It's Quarrel who's bowling right along, and Edict has been there the entire journey, stalking from second. At the rail, that's Payout Ratio, and Kanisi starts to move in closer now from fourth. Breath Away is down towards the inside. Dylan Davis in the 5th spot. No move yet as Delahaye is just looming up in behind them. Less than a half mile to go. 47 and 1 the half mile time. The 2 back markers, Root Cause with the trailer Venencia. Quarrel is still in front, and Quarrel still doing it nicely enough. The big long shot up front. All in is Edict, down towards the inside. Payout Ratio. Here comes a move. Tipping towards the outside was Breath Away. Breath Away is going to get the first jump. Kanisi. Delahaye is in behind a wall of horses as they are at the top of the lane, and Breath Away is trying to sprint clear. Splitting rivals. Root Cause has got momentum. Delahaye's got to pick it up from there. Grandstand side. Here comes Venencia. It is Venencia who's rolling and lifting late after Breath Away, who's in front. Breath Away is clear. Venencia with every shot to gun this leader down. Breath Away to the inside. Venencia up on the outside. Venencia gets up and wins it. Venencia, Manny Franco, they win the Forever Together. Finishing second there was Breath Away. Then third was Root Cause in 1:40.3.
Huge favorite defeated. It's Chad Brown anyway. Venencia, Manny Franco. Brown Bark, Bradley Thoroughbreds with the upset score at 6-1.
Delahaye looked beaten early. She was not traveling, Richie. She did not look comfortable. I know that she had a wall of horses, but she did not look like she was really kicking in. Breathaway made that first move and looked a winner, and maybe the little added distance did get to her just a bit at the end with Venecia closing.
Well, Venecia made the last run, right? And I agree with you. You actually said midway through the race how that she just was not traveling your favorite Delahaye. So, once she kind of opened it up to who's going to be, in hindsight, I'd have to say that the 5 Breathaway hit the front way too soon. I think Dylan was probably trying to get the drop on Delahaye, but it kind of set it up for Venecia to make that last run under a very strong finish from Manny Franco.
1-3-4 for Chad Brown. Not the one we expected on top. 2-5 favorite. Manages 4th here. It's Venecia, though, salvaging things for Chad Brown. Manny Franco, Breathaway, just passed late in the stretch for Christophe Clement and Dylan Davis.
Tough beat for Breathaway. And Richie, would you say that, yes, Dylan moved early on her, kind of, like you said, kind of getting the jump on the favorites. Do you think from where he was positioned with her, though, you really had much more of an alternative to wait?
Well, listen, the shorter the margin of defeat, the more second guessing that's always going to be involved. But I understand the thought process. You see Delahaye down towards your inside. I got a chance to get first run, maybe put some separation. You're not armed with the knowledge at that moment she's not going to run her A race. I think if in hindsight he realized she wasn't firing, he probably would have waited just a touch longer.
2 wins for Manny Franco this afternoon. This one a little bit unexpected. 6-1, beating her 2-5 favorite stablemate. Not to be for Delahaye today. More stakes action ahead, and that man right there with a big chance, Graham Motion, he'll have 2 opportunities. Blush just won against the Breeders' Cup Filly and Mare Turf winner. And no-show Sammy Joe comes in on a 4-race win streak. Long Island is next.
Gunrunner, sire of a champion 2-year-old. He is the sire of 10 Grade 1 winners and 13 individual millionaires. With $10 million yearlings in 2024, he is the sire of a first crop classic winner. He ranks number 2 on the general sire list. Grade 1 winning millionaire gun pilot, new to 3 Chimneys.
Back with you on our Sunday coverage. You're watching America's Day at the Races. It's brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. for the love of the race. Visit americasbestracing.net today. 2-win day for Manny Franco Valencia. For Chad Brown in the Forever Together with the upset score, beating her much more highly regarded stablemate. Let's go down to Maggie.
Yeah, here with winning pilot Manny Franco. And Manny, first time on number 3, Valencia, but you seem to fit her very well because she was one that still didn't get out of the gate that well. She's kind of slow into stride, even though the blinkers went on today. Talk a little bit about the early parts of the race and then what you unleashed down the lane.
Yeah, I mean, I wasn't in a hurry with her because that's the way she run well. So I don't wanna, like getting too aggressive because I know the blinker will help her a little bit, and I think, I had a good pace in front of me to run down, but she gave me a nice turn of foot down the lane. She was running.
And it almost seems like even more ground would be even more beneficial to her. A mile and a 16th today. I think she handled it well. I say that because she was still full of herself coming back.
Yeah, I'm agree with you, Maggie. I think the further the better for her. So I just happy to to be on her today, and I want to say thank to Chad and the owner for the opportunity to ride this filly.
You had your family here. Always love seeing your daughter, Valentina. She is so cute. How old is she now?
Thank you. She's 6. She's turning 7 in December, so I'm getting old.
Join the club, buddy. I can't believe that, though. But we've literally watched her grow up in this winner's circle. And you have your dad in the jocks room, too. It's truly a family affair for you.
Yeah, definitely. It means a lot having all of them here with me. My mom is not too far from here neither. She's at Philadelphia, so I'm just happy to, to be in this position to have them all here with me.
Well, you're truly a family man, and we appreciate that. Congratulations here today.
Thank you, Maggie.
All right, Valencia getting Manny a win here in this Forever Together. Greg?
Congratulations, and good to see the fam supporting Dad. Manny Franco having a nice Sunday afternoon.
I can't believe Valentina's 7 as well, by the way. Love seeing the beautiful family there, always a big piece of it. We often talk, Richie, about how important the supportive family is in this game because it's such an all-consuming life, especially for riders. And Manny Franco, one of many, many jockeys that have that. You see his whole family really sharing in the passion as well.
It's so grounding, and as a rider, you can't be as selfish as you were before you have children, especially. Kids don't care if you got beat on 5 favorites that day or if you won 5 races. They just want to see Dad when you get home at the end of the day, and it really teaches you to think outside yourself.
Late Pick 5 follow along. Our price, not just $15.60, but beating a 2-to-5 favorite as well. It's going to play even bigger than that likely as we get to our ABR race of the week. Up next, Grade 3, Long Island. Showed you Graham Motion going to break. He'll have 2 big chances at adding another one in a race he's done spectacularly well in. And we'll have Blush coming out of a race where Full Count Felicia and Breeders' Cup Filly and Mare Turf winner Moira ran in. She was 4th that day. And then he'll send out no-show Sammy Joe. She's won 4 in a row, Acacia.
She's been in great form now. She is stretching out for the first time, but on pedigree, top and bottom, it would suggest that she should be able to handle the added distance. And Graham saying this is kind of one of the last opportunities to win a graded stake on the turf up north, and he'd rather stretch her out versus cut her back.
Want to use your line from the last race? No.
No.
All right, next time. Christophe Clement, he's had pretty good success in this race as well. He'll have a couple chances at adding another. We'll see if he can get it done when we come back. Stay with us.
Nothing stood in his way. War of Will won the Preakness. At the line, War of Will. That's a photo for the win.
War of Will, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at nairabets.com.
I have 52,000 starts in my life. I've never seen one that could take as much as he did early and continue to improve.
And it is Godite.
He's strong, he's attractive.
And he's going to win the hopeful.
He's extremely smooth and fluid.
Gunite is a tough customer here as they come on for the finish.
How sound he is.
Gunite got the jump.
Consistent mentally, physically.
He will defeat Elite Power in the Forgo.
Complete package.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
The post, the barrier, the stalls, the iron monster, the starting gate. There are so many key and important times in a race where jockeys have to make quick decisions, when to move, when to sit, wait behind horses. But to me, one of the most critical times in a race is leaving the starting gate. If you don't break cleanly, you can get shuffled back, taken out of position, and it's hard to get a horse in a good rhythm. Starts are so important. I want you to know what goes on inside the starting gate. Come on with me.
What are we doing? Hey, where's from the front? All right. Yeah.
Key to breaking sharp from the gate is having your horse warmed up, alert, but settled. You want them relaxed. We got a great gate crew here in New York, and they know all the horses, their habits, what to expect. Put them in the gate, get them square, looking down the track, and be ready to go.
Try to get as relaxed as I can on my horse before we go in the gate. And once I get in there, I want to let him walk in and take a deep breath and make sure the gate guy get up, because I want to make sure he starts setting his feet correctly. And you know the ones that's going to sit in there and be still, but I just want to keep it as relaxed as I can going into the gate with the horse, where the horse can feel like he's going to do his job. I'm going to just stay out of his way.
You get one that cuts right to the gate, sometimes they'll balk. It's a kind of a closed space. Some horses are a little claustrophobic. Important to pick up your feet so you don't get your legs caught on the side of the gate. You could feel their energy. Sometimes you'll feel their heartbeat beating on your leg. Again, want to keep them relaxed, settled, get them square. The assistant starters are so good at getting the horse nice and balanced. Sometimes you get one that's leaning a little too far, you'll take your leg, push off the petition, get them where you want them to be. Looking down the racetrack, all four legs square on the ground. Last horse gets ready to go in, you're going to take your half cross, take a piece of mane, one hand, other hand free in case horse breaks left or right, you can correct them, and you're going to be leaving here in a hurry.
Well, a lot of people wait on the guys to say one out to get all set and ready. You know, I'm not, you know, you can hear the guy say one out, but I'm mostly paying attention to the guy with the button. That's how I break so fast out the gate, you know. I'm a button guy, you know. I listen to the last door sound and the button. And after that, early position wins the race most of the time.
So many moving parts that make a horse break well or break poorly. It's important to have great communication between the rider and the assistant starters, as well as the official starter, and working with the trainers to make sure that if a horse is a little bit nervous, they school them, they get them where they're relaxed around the gate. It's not always the horse that's the most keyed up that breaks the best. It's the horse that's alert and settled and balanced in the gate. Then you can leave the gate in a hurry.
Great seeing Mig back in the gear in the starting gate. And of course, this race at 1 3/8, going 3 turns.
3 turns, and people might say, well, it's 1 3/8. How, you know, starts aren't nearly as important. Starts are important no matter the distance. You don't want to give anybody a head start, and you don't want to get caught in a position where you're behind horses that are naturally slower than your horse. That lends itself to traffic trouble, and you use up more energy fighting your way through that traffic.
And also going the mile and 3/8 distance, as you can see from that shot there, it comes up pretty quick, the first turn, where it's so important to save ground.
Short run of that first turn, position is critical, particularly in these 3-turn races. And turf racing is about saving ground, and it's something that people need to distinguish. If a rider gets trapped on the inside and doesn't get a run, doesn't find a gap, that's not a bad ride automatically. It's an unlucky ride. You know, if the hole opens, the rider's the hero. If it doesn't, they're the one that takes all the blame, the pressure. But that's how you win turf races, being disciplined and staying inside.
Look at Kendrick Carmouche and Lamehana last time out, going down to the inside, coming up, staying glued to the rail. And if he doesn't get through, then it's a little bit of a challenge, but he was able to slide through for the win.
Yeah, and Lamehana, Kendrick will be back aboard today, rematch with Immensitude. Lamehana won that way, but this right now, the favorite for Graham Motion, no-show Sammy Joe, trying to make it 5 straight as we go down to Maggie.
That's right. People love the ones, but no-show Sammy Joe just might be that good, Greg, as she does look for this graded stakes victory to add to her resume in this Long Island. Now, she is a filly trying this type of distance for the first time, but the pedigree says that she should be able to, and physically looking at her, I could not agree more. Very long filly that's grown even more so than when I first saw her going back to last year. This honestly looks like what she really wants to do, and she has a great laid-back disposition. And I didn't want to take her because honestly, it was such a perfect trip to win last time, posting her fastest race to date. But she just might be one of those horses that is good, so therefore she creates those own perfect trips. I'm not going to disagree with her being the favorite, but there's some others in here, and I feel like it's a kind of wide open affair as Graham will send out another horse here, little more unfamiliarity to the barn with number 4, Blush, who I do think is quite intriguing as she arguably does drop out of the best race to date here as Full Count Felicia and Moira finishing 1-2 in that EP Taylor, and they would go on. Obviously Moira running very well in the Breeders' Cup Filly and Mare Turf. So looking at Blush here in the paddock, I don't like her quite as much physically as no-show Sammy Joe, but I didn't mind her when you look at her on form. I'm hoping that with a little bit more American acclamation, she is able to get out of the gates a bit better, because that has been her downfall. And not necessarily in Europe where it doesn't matter as much, but it's going to lead to your downfall here in America where it does matter. She just has a bit of a long coat to her. She doesn't look quite as good, like I said, as no-show Sammy Joe. Moving on to the outside runner, that is number 11, Immensitude, as she will face Lamehana, in here as well. But the post does her no favors at all. I would make the argument that she may have run the better race because she was the first one to attack and then attend and attack the pace, whereas Lamehana was able to close from well off of it. I love her appearance here in the paddock, Greg, but I am worried about the dynamics from that outside post position.
Yeah, certainly job cut out for Junior Alvarado to see if he's able to try and save some ground in this spot in the rematch with the one who finished ahead of her last time out, Lamehana, one of a couple in this race for Christophe Clement at 4-1. We get to our post parade here, and we'll begin with what love looks like. Dylan Davis, Todd Pletcher from the inside.
Was 4th in the Long Island last year, but she has yet to have a win on form this year, so a big jump up in class for her.
1 of 2 for Christophe Clement.
Well, we know that she has no problem handling the distance. Feels like she's just going to have to improve a little bit.
Big price, double her morning line. Here's Dancing Dean coming off a win at a mile and 3/8.
She's a horse that takes a long time to get into her stride. It might be a big reason of why more ground has helped her coming off a win at a mile and 3/8.
Blush coming out of a race against the Breeders' Cup Filly Mare Turf winner.
Yeah, all you got to do is look at those company lines, and all of a sudden she looks a little bit better on paper.
Here's Christophe Clement's Lamehana.
She got sick this winter. She's one that this summer, I should say. She's one that tends to do better in the cooler temperatures, like now in the fall.
Big price, Lady Firefoot winner last start.
This would be truly a surprise. She'd have to find a race we haven't seen.
Brachiatori on B, or best for Saffie Joseph Jr.
They tried an extension blinker last time out in California. Did not go well, so blinker's coming off today.
4 in a row for Graham Motions. No show, Sammy Joe.
4 for 5 lifetime and has improved in every one of her starts.
There are no rules. Lindsay Schultz with Katie Davis.
A big class test on this one. She just doesn't look fast enough on form.
Jimmy Toner-Barn with Broadway Boogie, a 3-time winner on the turf.
Well, arguably the best race was at the mile and 3/8 distance in the very one. Jimmy Toner, a guy who knows how to win these kind of races.
Just won at a 1.5 mile last start as well. And then here's Immensitude, came up just short against La Mejana in the Wea.
She's run well in all of her starts so far. Stateside, still looking for her first U.S. victory, and she was chasing that lone pace setter last time out.
Let's go to Maggie, standing by with a trainer, a Blush, and the 8-5 favorite, no show, Sammy Joe.
That's right. Always love to get a Graham Motion sighting here at the Big A. And Graham, no show, Sammy Joe. It's not easy to string 4 wins consecutively together, but now she's going to take another step up in class. And reading the articles, looking at her pedigree, looking at her physically, it looks as though this distance should be well within her wheelhouse.
Yeah, it should be. Look, it's a step up. We're going to a graded race in New York, going another couple of furlongs. So it's a big ask, but she's very classy. She's handled everything up to now, and you know the graded race was really important for her resume.
And to talk a little bit about the pedigree and what you glean from it in getting this 1 3/8.
Yeah, I mean, look, the stallion's phenomenal. He's probably one of the top stallions in the world, right? And they should handle it. I mean, they handle this distance in Europe, so I'd be surprised if she doesn't. Hopefully, she's done enough. You know, it's been a little while since she ran, but she hasn't missed much. So, you know, hopefully she's ready to go.
She's kind of your home horse, if you will, but just taking over the training with Blush, who does drop out of that EP Taylor. Talk a little bit about her. I know getting out of the gate has sometimes been a problem for her.
Yeah, I mean, look, always with these first-time Europeans. She didn't actually run for me last time. She ran for Francois. It was a weird race. You know, the filly went off in the lead, Attard's filly. Never came back. Moira was in the race. He went on to win the Breeders' Cup. It was a weirdly run race. She never really got involved, so hopefully she can bounce back today. She's also a 3-year-old, you know, taking on olders.
One thing I can probably guarantee you of, it'll be a slower pace today.
I would say so, yes.
Well, Graham, always a pleasure to catch up with you. Thank you, and best of luck here.
Thanks, Maggie.
All right, Graham Motion sending out a formidable duo here in this Long Island, Greg.
Yeah, no question. As you look at Blush, thank you, Maggie. And that was a weirdly run EP Taylor. Full count Felicia just opened up on the field, and she never came back to him.
She didn't. She was several lengths in front early on, and as Maggie touched on, Blush kind of broke in and slow. She did run on a little bit late, but she is a horse that has done this over in Europe as well, getting out of the gate and breaking slowly. She broke slowly when winning at Chantilly 2 starts back, but she's pretty revved up out there on the track in the warm-up, Richie.
Yeah, when she left the pony under Johnny Velasquez, she really took a hold of the bridle, showed like she was all there. Johnny had his hands full. I just go back to the race 2 back, grade 3 at Chantilly. She dwelt at the start and still got up and won. Now, I just hope she breaks okay, and I think she's a player here because of the company lines. I can't get past the fact that Moira. One question I have, by Kingman, maybe doesn't scream 1 3/8.
2 minutes to post coming up. We had a graphic. We don't need it. Don't look at your notes. Don't look at your notes. Tell us the winners from Christophe Clement in this race, Acacia. Not to get you in trouble.
Well, I know Muta Makina won it twice. So that counted for 2 for Christophe.
He's got 5.
He's got 5.
Wow.
Yeah. I know she won it twice. Well, as far as, there it is.
You're in trouble now.
There it is, Muta Makina the most recently. Muta Makina was Dylan Davis's first grade 1 winner, in fact, of taking the EP Taylor up north of the border at Woodbine. But as far as La Mejana is concerned, Richie, and I touched on this in the post parade, that she'd missed a race in Saratoga, getting sick, and they've kind of found that she thrives and does better in the cooler temperatures. And fitness was a little bit of a question last time out, but she still was able to have that kick and get up for the win. Should be stronger theoretically today. We'll look for another great ride like Kendrick gave her last time.
You got to respect her. I mean, she relishes the distance. 2 for 4 at the 1 3 furlongs. She got such an absolutely perfect trip. have confidence that she can work out another brilliant trip like that. That's the problem.
Well, it's funny because Kendrick had actually told me afterwards, I was expecting to be more forwardly placed, but she broke about half a step slow, and so he said, I just relaxed with her, and she kicked on, but he thought that she could be more versatile.
Interesting.
Multiple winner at this distance, 9-2 right now for La Mejana as we go back to Maggie.
Yeah, we'll take a look at a bit of a price in here. There's several trainers that will send out to Christophe, Clement, Grand Motion, but Bill Mott does have a duo in here, and Immensitude a little bit more of the tried, experienced at these ranks types of runner, but maybe Dancing Dean, number 3, is the one with a bit of upside. Now, you want a horse that, when you think about Highland 3/8 in the turf, and you want a prototype of them physical, look at Dancing Dean. I mean, I know she did not beat a very good field last time out, but before that, she was beaten 3/4 of a length to No Mo Candy, who then went on to win the Grade 3 Pebbles with a 91 buyer. So I really think that Dancing Dean is well equipped physically to these mile and 3/8 distances. She looks great. She's well posted too. So I just thought there may be a little bit of upside. She truly gets the class test though today. Greg?
Thank you, Maggie. About to load up, 8-5, and yes, the public loves to see the ones on the resume. And no-show Sammy Joe has done that now in 4 consecutive races, coming out on top. But this will be the furthest she's ever gone. She's never gone beyond a mile and an eighth.
It is, and I do think that this is. She faced a good field last time out in the all along, but this is a step up in class for sure. With some of the company that she's facing and some of the resumes coming in here, including her stablemate. Who you like?
Yeah, I mean, I like Blush. I do have questions about the distance, but I just thought she actually ran okay in what Graham said was an oddly run race.
Keep our eyes, too. Outside, Junior Alvarado, how does he negotiate that outside post?
It's tough. I mean, he's got to come out forward, and if nobody goes, maybe he winds up being on the lead. It's just next to impossible from that post to think he's going to be able to save much ground into that first turn.
Christophe Clement Barn trying to win a 6th. Long Island's got 2 chances at it as we send it upstairs to Chris Griffin for the call.
Broadway Boogie, La Mejana. La Mejana goes in. 2 out. Broadway Boogie. Broadway Boogie is in. Immensitude. Immensitude steps forward. All set for the Grade 3, Long Island. And they're off. Avenue Niel breaks well, so does Be Your Best, is in between horses. At the rail, What Love Looks Like. Those are the 3 early leaders as Avenue Niel will take off the pace now. From the outside, there's Broadway Boogie, is now going to cross over, and Broadway Boogie is taken 3rd. Blush is in between horses, just had to steady and check a little bit, is in the 5th spot as they start to slow things down. But Be Your Best and Frankie Dettori, they're going to press on. It's Be Your Best who's got the lead, is up by a quick 2, and there's What Love Looks Like towards the inside. Comfortable enough to the outside is Broadway Boogie, who's now taken 3rd. Blush is still a little keen in between horses in the 4th position, is towards the outside here of Avenue Niel. Then Immensitude is back in behind that early leading group. Dancing Dean is going to be mid-pack. It's passed to the outside by There Are No Rules, who's in between horses. That's No Show Sammy Joe, the 2 trailers, Lady Firefoot, and La Mejana is the trailer. Be Your Best shows the way, and Be Your Best is in front. Doing it nicely. Be Your Best is still there and is still up by 2 into that turn. 49 seconds flat. Was that half-mile time? Blush is more comfortable now towards the inside. Has a bit more running space now. And towards the outside, What Love Looks Like is back challenging from 2nd. In behind them, Broadway Boogie is in the 4th position. At the rail comes Avenue Niel as they work up the backstretch, and Be Your Best is still the leader. Back there in 6th is going to be Immensitude, and 7th towards the outside, There Are No Rules. Dancing Dean is under a snug hold at the back end of the field with No Show Sammy Joe. Still the 2 trailers, Lady Firefoot and Lady Mahana, has got closer. La Mejana is now within 8 of the lead. The lead is Be Your Best, 1:14.3 for 3/4 of a mile. Be Your Best going to try and take them all the way. Still just kind of loping along here into that turn. Be Your Best is in control, and here's what love looks like. The first challenge blushes down towards the inside. John Velasquez waiting for the cue. In between horses, Tight Hold Avenue Niel, Broadway Boogie, Be Your Best trying to bottom out the field right now, and Be Your Best sprints for home and has plenty. It's Be Your Best who's back up by 2.5 lengths, approaching a final furlong. A host of pursuers. No Show Sammy Joe is lifting now. Be Your Best a final 16th. No Show Sammy Joe is trying to nail this leader. Be Your Best is almost there. It's going to be a photo finish. Be Your Best to the inside. Then came No Show Sammy Joe. It's a photo for show. 2 minutes, 14.36. It's a photo finish and a thriller in the Long Island.
Did Frankenatory and Be Your Best, the speedster, hang on, or did No Show Sammy Joe keep that win streak alive and come and get her?
Take a look at the slow-mo coming up here to the wire. No Show Sammy Joe was flying late. I don't know if she had quite enough coming down. Ooh.
Desperately close.
Very
the inside
tight.
horse got the best of that late bob, but was
Yep.
it enough to get back in front?
And
Not
Richie,
sure.
we were commenting throughout the running of the race as well. I don't know if it was so significant, but Frankie Dettori was very high up on the withers of Be Your Best, almost appearing like the saddle kind of pushed forward a little bit.
Yeah, you know, she looked a bit keen, and when you have to take a good hold of a horse, sometimes the saddle will rock. It just looked like it got a little bit high up on her withers. This is desperate right there. He might have got his nose back on just the right moment. No Show Sammy Joe got her head in front of stride before, but the stride right on the wire, it could be the 8. The 7 came back and got the best of that bob.
It's 9-1 or 8-5, so huge disparity. If it's the long shot trying to take him gate to wire, the 7, or if the favorite came and got her. It's just too tough to tell from this angle.
No, this is a desperately tight one, and Frankie Dettori won this race as a 21-year-old back in 1991. Only his 3rd graded stakes win in North America. Did he get another one now? How many years later?
He has come a long way since then, I would say, too. You know, it's tough. I think you have to take a look. Everything Saffie Joseph has been sending here to New York has been running well. We saw No Mo Candy win the stake on Friday here as well. Be Your Best, who is a horse that seemed to be quite off form. Like I said, the first time that he took over, adding an extension blinker last time, which made her incredibly keen. She was a little bit keen even today with the blinkers off, but allowing her to have her head and go to the front seemed to be the right move.
Yeah, I think that riders make a mistake when they get into all-out fights with horses, right? You're using that energy fighting with them. Let them use their stride and go on, and if you get caught, you get caught. But she ran a great race here. You know, Be Your Best. It's just going to be interesting to see how they call this. And the longer it takes, the more you start thinking, is there potential for a dead heat? And neither one of these fillies deserve to lose. So I would be satisfied if they dead heated.
This is taking, quite a bit. So, the potential coming into play, as Mig said, for a dead heat. We'll see what happens. But big sway, too, in the odds, which could set us up potentially for a carryover the pick 6 if it's Be Your Best. We'll see what happens. One more look. And, best of the bob did look like it went to the 7, but I don't think the 8 may have been in front by that point.
Well, right here, coming down to the wire, right, the 7's still in front. The 8's coming with her run. Right here, she collars her. She gets her head in front, and then that last bob, and it only matters where that nose is. And, guys, this is a desperate feeling. When you don't know if you won or lost and you're waiting on that photo, your heart is pounding. You're like, please post my number. I used to have to constantly look at my arm to remind myself what number I was on.
Flavien Prat keeps looking towards the infield board. He keeps looking. I'm clearly not sure if he got there.
So, No Show Sammy Joe looks like late gets in front. And, the 7 got the best of the bob, but I don't know if she ever got back in front, did she?
Right now, if I had to call it,
tell.
I would call it either a dead heat or that the 8 got there.
There's when the 8, that last jump.
It's the last little jump. And so don't forget, too, when you watch it coming down to the wire, they're looking at where the mirror is. So actually just slightly past that pole where the finish line is. So that's where they're looking to try and decipher. And still nothing posted as of yet. My first inclination there watching it was that the 8 no-show Sammy Joe did not quite get there because Be Your Best was digging in and she got her nose down at the right point. But watching it in slow-mo, actually half a step past the wire, no-show Sammy Joe was in front.
Yeah, I mean, this is desperate. And I think go a mile and 3/8, and we're talking about an inch either way, or potentially that they finished exactly at the same moment. These are 2 horses, 2 riders digging in, giving their all.
If it's possible, on simulcast, they're showing the close-up view of the slow-mo coming down to the wire, guys. If it's possible to show that, because I think it's so cool watching both of these riders, Richie, all out so flat on the back of their horses. And like you said, after such a distance, desperately down to the wire, you can really see imploring with every muscle in their body.
One of the greatest to ever do it on the 7, whose resume is impeccable. Won just about every major race internationally you could think of, and now a man who's poised to win his first ever Eclipse Award coming at him late.
Well, one rider, Frankie Dettori, who is, proven that he's one of the best to ever do it, and Flavien Prat making a case for being one of the best to ever do it.
There it is, able to hang on. Be Your Best. Gate to wire by a nostril.
Tough, tough beat for no-show Sammy Joe.
Frankie Dettori, never in doubt, right?
He looks a little tired after that.
Got the best of that, Bob, but he was able to dole out her speed going a mile and 3/8 on the front end, and she dug in. She fought. You got to give this mare a lot of credit. Be Your Best, filly, I should say, and no disgrace in defeat for no-show Sammy Joe. She made up a ton of ground through the stretch, the only horse to do so.
Winner's Circle lead-in brought to you by Fasig Tipton Digital, North America's #1 digital auction platform for thoroughbreds. Learn more at digital.fasigtipton.com. One of the most decorated riders in the history of the sport, world-renowned Frankie Dettori. Be Your Best for Safi Joseph Jr., able to just hang on in this Grade 3 Long Island with no-show Sammy Joe gaining every step. We'll be back right after this.
Flightline is in full flight. Flightline turns it on at the top of the stretch, and he's in cruise control.
And Flightline takes off!
Take a good look at this, because you're not going to see this too often, maybe never again. Flightline, 20 lengths clear.
World-class racehorse, world-class performance at a world championship event.
Back with you on our Sunday coverage, America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2. We just saw a thriller in the Grade 3 Long Island, and Frankie Dettori on Be Your Best. Safi Joseph Jr. just able to hang on. See if you can get that photo.
An incredible performance by both horse and rider.
That wasn't it.
Basically helping that filly negotiate the mile and 3 furlongs. This was a tremendous horse race. And listen, all of Frankie Dettori's notable skills on display there.
And going back to what you said, what happened with the saddle, you believe, here?
It just looked like it rocked forward a little bit. It didn't really slip, but, you know, she was just keen enough. But he did a really smart thing, right? He kind of sat down into his heels more. You know, sometimes you have a tendency, you'll lean back more, so it'll have a tendency to make the saddle move more. This was a brilliant race. Didn't deserve a loser. Be Your Best. Great ride, Frankie Dettori. No-show Sammy Joe. A tremendous performance under Flavien Prat. And immensitude with that post position, being able to get up for third.
So Be Your Best. $21.80 for the win. Only 2 horses can result in the pick 6 getting hit in a wide open nightcap. So we'll get to that. Late pick 5. It's going to be a nice little return as well. Total pool just over $361,000. Now back-to-back big upsets with Venecia and Be Your Best. And our stakes here with the nightcap to come. We're going to take a timeout when we return. Veterans Day, of course, tomorrow. Honoring all those who have served to protect our freedoms. And we'll honor a true hero. When we come back, you know the story well of Sergeant Reckless. Stay with us.
Spun to Run. His brilliant speed figures were among the fastest of any 3-year-old at a mile or more, and he hails from the legendary Danzig sire line. Now, this multiple graded stakes winner, millionaire, and Breeders' Cup champion is passing his remarkable talent along to his progeny.
Night Beacon airs at the home of Spun to Run's Breeders' Cup victory.
Spun to Run, standing at Gainesway.
Serving others is our foundation. That's why NYRA is building a pathway for businesses, individuals, and organizations to support charitable groups connected to horse racing in New York State and beyond. The NYRA Foundation, supporting our community.
The classic looks of a 2-turn type, yet the precocious brilliance of an undefeated G1 2-year-old.
Maxfield, a breathtaking run at the top of the stretch.
Maxfield. He took it to the max in his chosen field. Now you need a mini Maxfield in your chosen field. His first yearlings are selling now. Maxfield. Classic looks and precocious brilliance. Darley.
Reckless was bred to be a racehorse, but sadly she never had a chance to race because her 2-year-old season, that's when the war broke out and racing was suspended. So instead of becoming a racehorse, she became America's greatest war horse.
I think what impresses me most about Reckless's story in the Korean War is that they bought this horse at a race park in Seoul and turned it into a combat enabler.
Lieutenant Eric Pedersen was the man who purchased Reckless for $250. And he was the commanding officer of the recoilless rifle platoon. They decided to put her through hoof camp, which was the equine version of boot camp.
We hear about on-the-job training. This was the epitome of it. Literally, this horse was trained to lie down under fire, to protect itself, it knew how to avoid obstacles and barbed wire. And truly, after just a couple of show and tell on the fly routes, the horse would do it by herself.
They would take her up and down the hills to get her used to carrying the pack saddle and the ammunition on her back. These canisters of ammo were very large. And before Reckless came along, the men had to pack this themselves. The camaraderie between Reckless and her men was something special. She was the only animal in camp, and so the Marines became her herd, and she would follow them anywhere and everywhere. She would even sleep in their tents at night. She would follow them into the mess tent and eat breakfast and had bacon and eggs. Even after a battle, she would have a beer with the guys.
The fact that Marines could depend on the horse to do the resupply routes, that means it wasn't just a horse to them. It was somebody that they were in the fight with.
What started the battle for the Nevada cities is at 7 o'clock at night, 3,000 enemy soldiers descended upon 3 outposts in this area. Reckless's men were guarding Outpost Vegas. They, of course, were overrun, and so Reckless's mission began that next morning. Started loading her up with 6 rounds at a time. By the middle of the day, she was up to 8 rounds at a time. She knew what her job was, she knew where her men were, and she would go up to the guns by herself.
There are stories of up to 50 times in one operation that she ran a supply route by herself. That frees up Marines for combat and for other things. So I believe that that's the most impressive part about the horse.
She carried 386 rounds of recoilless rifle ammunition. That's over 9,000 pounds on her back. Incoming fire was so fierce that the men couldn't hear themselves talk. And Reckless was in the middle of all of this.
Under artillery fire and mortar fire, she continued to do her resupply mission for the Marines. And especially having been wounded twice, and that not having deterred her to continue to do her mission through the end of the war, it's really astounding.
They had a ceremony sending her off in October of 1954, is when she left Korea. She was the guest of honor of the Marine Corps ball that was at the Marines Memorial Club in San Francisco. And she waltzes through the lobby and gets in an elevator and goes up to the 11th floor, sachets out of the elevator into the ballroom. She spied the anniversary cake over on the table, and before the guys could get a hold of her, she was up to her nostrils in it. And then after that, she moved over to Camp Pendleton. At Camp Pendleton, while Reckless was there, the Commandant of the Marine Corps promoted her. There was a 19-gun salute in his honor, and a parade of 1,700 troops walked by to salute her. She had 3 colts, and she had a filly. Sadly, the filly died at a month old. Unfortunately, all the colts were gelded, so there is no bloodline for her. Her story just kind of disappeared from the pages of history. And what's interesting is she was as famous as Lassie and Rin Tin Tin in her day. She was an iconic hero. And when she died, her story made the front page news in newspapers across the country. And she was buried with full military honors.
I first came to light on the story of Reckless at the National Museum of the Marine Corps in Quantico, Virginia, where a statue by the same artist who did the statue that's behind us was erected to honor this great mare. I think Staff Sergeant Reckless's legacy is going to be that the courage and the dependability that she showed in combat made her truly what the saying is, not just a horse, but a Marine.
It's just a remarkable story, and we've shown it countless times. Every time I listen to it, I learn something new.
Yeah, it's really an amazing story and such a wonderful celebration of Veterans Day, and want to give a big thank you to all of the servicemen and women who have fought for our country and for their families as well, who have made such sacrifice. And we love to see that not just a horse, but a Marine, one who also sacrificed for her country.
I love the camaraderie she had with her fellow Marines, and I love that story every time we run it. And it just shows you how brilliant, how smart horses are, and the generosity of their spirit. They give all of themselves to us.
Well, we still have one remaining on this Sunday card before we close out opening weekend at this Aqueduct Fall Meet, and it is a difficult race. 16,000 claiming race, all for sale for that price. Horses who've not won 2 lifetime, going 7 furlongs. There's Lady Arwen, Jeremiah Engelhardt, Arad Ortiz Jr. No one with the record. I mean, non-winners at 2 life, sort of the nature of the condition. You can't get too excited about anyone in here. What do you think about the favorite?
She's certainly a fine favorite. She is a horse that broke her maiden in New York, bred maiden special weight company, and then was off the track for a long time, and then has come back running exclusively at Finger Lakes and comes back here now for the 16. I guess it's just Jeremiah Engelhardt being realistic with her, Richie. She's not been able to win as a 3-year-old. Maybe it's the right field. At least she has some tactical speed.
Yeah, I think Jeremiah is just being logical, right? Being practical about this, and gave her an opportunity to get through that condition up at Finger Lakes. Hasn't been able to do it. Shows up here for 16. I think it's the right move.
So first time in for a tag, 5-2. Lady Arwen, as we're approaching the 4-minute mark to post. And here's a look at the 8. So Violet Smile dropped into this level last start on the turf to dirt move back on October 18th and wound up second beat a length at 4-1.
She did, and she was one of the big drop-down runners in here, along with Find Your Joy, who won. And she was just a horse coming out of New Jersey bred company over at Monmouth and the Meadowlands. She's a dirt sprinter, which is what she gets to continue doing today. I thought that she ran fine this day. They're all going to get run down by the winner, who closes on the outside for Tom Morley. And she's just had a lot of chances with the 5 second place finishes, I guess would be the biggest knock.
I questioned if Violet Smile was ever going to get by the leader there if the outside runner didn't come along. It almost just seemed like very content to be there, and 1 win, 5 seconds kind of lends itself to that idea.
Well, it's the first time dropping into this level. It was the first time with blinkers as well. So 5-1 right now on Violet Smile as we get set for our post parade. And here is Raining at the Beach, trained by Joe Sharp.
Frankie Dettori looking for the late double, sticking around to ride this one. Did break her maiden in an off-the-turf race for 40,000.
Bewildered, just broke her maiden.
Dropping in from maiden 20, now shows up for 16. I think that last race could make her a contender here.
There's Perm for Wayne Potts.
She showed a little bit more last time out. She's one that can be very over the top in the preliminaries, expending a lot of energy.
First time in for a tag, Lady Arwen, who we talked about.
Taking that drop in class, I just think it's a logical move by Jeremiah Engelhardt.
Slight cut back in distance. Last start did not go well for Big Hazel.
No, and she was dropping down in class. I actually thought she was a little intriguing in that spot. She needs to turn things around.
Last Glory, huge price. At least she's getting easier company.
Yeah, also dropping down. And, this time of year we see, connections trying horses that have raced on turf on dirt, seeing if they're going to fit for the winter.
There's Magic 8-Ball Jose Gomez for Tom Morley.
Out first in the post parade, as she always does, and runs in that hood, a high energy type who showed a little bit on the dirt at the beginning. She has speed.
5-1 Violet Smile, who we said added blinkers last start. Here's Kendra Carmouche back aboard.
Yeah, adds blinkers and, obviously a contender. I just don't like those 5 seconds. And last time, I feel like to me like she was going to go by the leader without the other horse carrying her across.
Accelerina was behind Violet Smile last start, 5th beat 4 lengths.
Yeah, she didn't do too much running. She ran okay 2 starts back up at Finger Lakes, but how does that form transfer once again down here?
And 24 to 1 shot. There's the 9, Accelerina. 24 to 1 shot, Allie's Song out there somewhere, who is getting back to dirt. There she is.
Yeah, she's getting back to dirt. She's dropping to the lowest level ever. It's just hard to endorse a horse that last time the comment is lost action, lost rider. I know it's changing surfaces and it's easier, but I'll look elsewhere.
All right, Maggie, we need help in a difficult finale. Who looks best?
Well, yet again, Greg, I don't agree with the board, but that has bitten me several times today. So take my analysis, I suppose, with a grain of salt, as I suppose, like Acacia said, Lady Arwen can win here, but 2-1? Nah, I'm good. As I'll take a look at the 2 inside runners that actually intrigue me the most, especially at their respective prices right now. We'll begin with Raining at the Beach, as she'll switch from turf to dirt and cut back a little bit in distance. I like her getting back to this surface. I know that her lone win on it was over a muddy sealed racetrack, so I get they're trying the turf after the claim, but the fact of the matter is she looks sensational. Looks as though she's doing incredibly well, and I just think now she's in a realistic spot. So I think she is a generous 7-1, and then the horse who's my pick is Bewildered, because she won that maiden 20, who was flattered when Wild Iris came back and won earlier on the card today. And Bewildered, I thought, looked like 90% fit for that comeback off of the 2 to 3 month layoff. And she's even more tucked up and tight today. I think she makes a great deal of sense. As you win a maiden 20, this is your next logical stepping stone. As number 7 in here, Magic 8 Ball, another turf to dirt runner. She's being, I don't want to jinx her as they get close to the gate, but she's being better than ever mentally. She is about as wound tight as a horse can be, but she handles herself beautifully in the paddock. She has her hood on, her little safety blanket. She went off first in the post parade. She wasn't getting really high-headed and really eager and aggressive with Jose along with the pony today. So I thought that was a good sign. And she's not one that looks overly turf meant either. And overall, physically, looks great. So I don't necessarily trust her, but I think she makes sense in this spot too. So yeah, Greg, it's hard to trust anybody in here, but I think the 1, 2, and 7 are really generous prices.
All right, we'll see what we get from Magic 8 Ball. Started out early on against Straight Maiden Special on the dirt. Obviously figures that would need to improve a little from the dirt form we've seen, but hasn't been on the dirt for a while.
No, she hasn't, and she does have early speed, which is certainly to her benefit. And altogether, in the bottom side, the pedigree leans more towards dirt as well. I took a stab with Big Hazel, the 5. I know that she didn't run well last time out, but Elliptic was really the horse to beat. She won that race by 4, so I think it's a touch better than it might look. And I had some interest in her last time, and so cutting back a bit to the 7 and another drop in class, Richie, had to give her another chance.
Yeah, I think the cutback is key in taking another step down the ladder for Dave Duncan. She's got races in the past that certainly would make her very competitive here.
Again, the 1, the 5, the only 2 that result in this pick 6 getting hit. Otherwise, we carry into next week. Frankie Dettori trying to take this late double. He's on Raining at the Beach from that inside post. For Joe Sharp, the favorite, Arad Ortiz Jr., Lady Arwen on the 4. 3-2 favorite now. There's Arad. First time in for a tag for this 3-year-old filly. Let's go to Chris Griffin to close out this Sunday action.
Permed, Accelerina, Lady Arwen, Big Hazel, and Ali Song to the outside. Ali Song goes in. All set. And they're up. Good speed from Big Hazel in between horses. Heart Scent and Last Glories in that early mix too. Down towards the inside, Lady Arwen is trying to join them, and quickest will be Violet Smile, who's now a neck in front. From the far outside, that's Ali Song, who's trying to join this leader, and toward the inside, that's Last Glory, who's now a stalking 3rd. Accelerina is back to 4th, and Lady Arwen, and the purple cap is moving through at the rail, now reclaims that 4th spot. Magic 8 Ball's on the move on the far outside. In between horses comes Big Hazel. Accelerina still in that mid-pack grouping. The 3 at the back, Bewildered, Permed, and the trailer, Raining at the Beach, 22-3. Quick opening quarter mile, and it was pressured. Here's the pressure from Ali Song. A big number towards the outside. Violet Smile towards the inside. They're 1-2. Just off of them, Magic 8 Ball is under pressure, and also right there at the rail, that's Last Glory. Lady Arwen starts to make a move, and Lady Arwen is now in 5th, in behind runners here. 46 seconds flat for a half-mile time. The leader is Violet Smile. Ali Song continues to hound this leader as these two nose to nose as they approach the top of the stretch. Lady Arwen is now in the clear. here. Last Glory is going to tip towards the outside, too. Trying to run on from the back. Bewildered. The leaders, Violet Smile, Ali Song. Last Glory is going to get the first shot. Lady Arwen with every shot grandstand side. Here's the run from Last Glory, who's in front. It's Last Glory, who's up by a length and a half. Last Glory is a massive number. Last Glory trying to hold off Lady Arwen. Last Glory 58-1 in the nightcap. Last Glory wins it over Lady Arwen. Then came a photo that was Violet Smile, Ali Song, and Bewildered.
So yes, we will have a pick six carryover into next week. 58-1 to close out this Sunday card, and it was the biggest class dropper in the entire field.
It was, and look, she was beaten by double-digit lengths last time out, but she was running against significantly tougher competition, and it's kind of, as you said in the post-parade, Richie, that you'll see trainers with horses who have not run on the dirt try this time of year to see if they can handle it. Well, she can, and she's a New York bred, so they have some options for the winter.
Yeah, they have decisions to make. Do we keep this horse in training over the winter if it's not going to be fruitful, or do we give them some time off, or maybe ship to Tampa to stay on the right kind of surfaces? Well, she showed that she can handle dirt against this group, at least, and this is something I believe in. How often do you see some big long shots win under apprentice riders? Christopher Elliott gets a 58-1 shot home here because they give the horse every opportunity, and their energy is positive, and horses feed on energy, whether it's positive or negative, and he's just thrilled to be out there, and Last Glory picks up on that energy, gives her a good ride, right spot, and gets it done.
6-4-8-10 was just the second try on dirt. Again, we told you the first try was against much better, and the big drop certainly paying dividends here, but no one taking a shot on that board here with this horse. And as a result, this pick 5 is going to be massive. Good for Christopher Elliott. Young rider. Wins like this start to get a little attention.
Well, it opens trainers' eyes. Tomorrow, the talk at the clocker stand will be, hey, did you see Chris Elliott win on a 58-1 shot yesterday? And this is when a rider has to go out. When things are slow and you want to take a morning off, okay. But when things are good, that's when you have a chance to create. You make hay when the sun shines. He should hit every barn tomorrow, make sure everybody knows that he delivered on this kind of a long shot.
Christopher Elliott on Last Glory, 58-1. Upset after we already had a couple of big upsets in this late pick 5. 6-4-8-10 finish. Son of Stuart Elliott, trying to make a name for himself, and he certainly does here in this nightcap. We'll be back with the prices, pick 5 payoffs right after this.
At the Keeneland September yearling sale, the premier thoroughbred auction venue in the world, Mandy Pope of Whisper Hill Farm signed the ticket on the $5 million sale topper by Curlin, bred by Stone Street Thoroughbred Holdings. He was one of $5 million plus yearlings by Curlin to sell. No fewer than 44 of his yearlings fell to the auction gavel, averaging nearly $600,000, making Curlin the #1 sales sire at the September sale. Curlin, the classic sire.
Welcome back and bombs away here on America's Day at the Races. The nightcap goes to 58 to 1 shot. Last glory here as guided to victory by Christopher Elliott. And please be joined by winning conditioner Marcelo Arenas. And Marcelo, you were telling me that she was training really well on the main track, and she looked as though she was really enjoying herself, winning with her ears up.
Exactly. Well, I love her, how she's training in the morning. And I said, well, I got to put on the race she can win. Yeah. And this is the spot for her. And she showed me she can do it.
Which also gives you some options. Acacia saying, you know, she is a New York bred. So during the winter, sometimes those other than they come up easy.
Exactly. And the 5-6 horses fail. So we got to try. We got to give another chance on the last one race.
And for those who don't know, you worked for my friend Leah Giramati as well. And you were telling me Leah trained the dam of this one, Silverama, and bred by Jeff Treadway. So you're a little familiar.
Yeah, the whole team, all together, Jeff, Leah, and say hi to Leah. And I'm so happy and say thank you to my owner, John Baccaro, he gave me the chance, and Angelo, another owner. So I'm so happy, and congratulations to my dad, he's my right hand, and all those with me and my family, and my little daughter, Maria Paz.
Maria Paz. Yeah. She goes to the Belmont Child Care Association, and she is such a personality.
Yeah. So I got to say hello, Maria Paz, because she killed me. I want to say hello to her.
And I know she would. Well, Marcelo, congratulations. What a wonderful way to cap off the day.
All right, thank you, Maggie, and have a nice day.
That's a big smile that he'll be wearing for a long time, Greg.
$118 winner, and appropriately, a daughter of Mission Impossible.
What a great interview, too. So great to hear from Marcelo. Such a great guy. And, you know, it's wins like this, and you realize just how much, you know, it means to a small outfit that doesn't have a ton of horses.
These men and women work so hard. They're in the barn in the dark, 4 o'clock, 4:30 in the morning, doing their best to get these horses the best, the healthiest, the happiest they can be. And you like to see that hard work rewarded.
The case is like 4:30. You were up earlier than that, weren't you, out of Breeders' Cup?
Well, on Breeders' Cup days, they close the track at 6:45. So my wake-up call was 3:20.
76, that's it. That's aggressive.
That's ridiculous.
$76,000 payout in the late pick 5. If you had that, I don't know how you put that together, but well done.
Oof.
Incredible.
Yeah.
Well, we know who's paying for Don Peps now.
Yeah,
whoever hit that pick 5.
That place is going to be very crowded. That's going to be rocking tonight.
Yeah.
I'm heading over.
I may be joining you. Let me make a call, and we can delay your flight. Maybe you can join us.
Don't delay my flight.
Yeah, no.
You're going to miss a great time. What are you talking about? Let's look back at some of the weekend action. In the Grade 3 Pebbles, Nomo Candy, John Velasquez, Safi Joseph Jr. This one had to prove that she could sit off the pace and win. Makanga, we knew was going to go to the front and prove certainly she could do it. It's the biggest price on the board.
She did, and I spoke to John Velasquez after interviewing him, and he was familiar with Makanga, having ridden her before, and knew that if you don't give her her head, that once you kind of head Makanga, she'll kind of stop and throw in the towel from there. So he had Nomo Candy, Richie, in the absolute perfect spot.
He set up shop just off of Makanga, saw Makanga getting ranked with Jose Lascano, and he rode it perfectly. He rode as though Nomo Candy was in front by herself. He disregarded the pacemaker because he knew she would throw in the towel after getting ranked. He made every right move, and let's give the filly a lot of credit. She's 3 for 4 lifetime now, 2 for 2 on the turf.
Favorite, oversubscribed, could manage no better than second. But yeah, now back-to-back wins, undefeated on the turf, 18-1. We've seen some massive upsets certainly this weekend in the stakes. Our finale we just had as well. Congrats to all the connections there with Nomo Candy. Meanwhile, Aqueduct Turf Sprint Championship. I still don't understand how this was a dead heat, as we'll look at it again. This caught a lot of people off guard.
Yeah, it definitely did, and that was between Works For Me, who was a big price, and Alogon. Works For Me is a talented horse. Richie, I was just really concerned about the post with him drawing in off the also eligible list, and the fact that he had not shown any of his speed in his last couple of races. I always liked him on the turf, but he showed his speed again, and I think that was such a big key piece of this.
And I think that post was a part of it, right? Dylan Davis being aware of the fact that I've got to go forward to try to overcome this outside post. And he got game. I mean, it looked like he won it outright there. It had to be one of the craziest head bobs you're ever going to see.
I'm with you. In the end, they both get there. So congratulations to connections to both of these. Dead heat in the Aqueduct Turf Sprint Championship. There it is. Photo doesn't lie.
Nose is up and down on the wire. Now, you're Dylan Davis. You feel like you've won this outright. Your body's slightly ahead of the other rider's body. Your horse resurged. It was just one of those unlucky bounces, but he did share in the win.
Yeah, that's better than a defeat, for sure. And hats off to Alagon, too. I mean, this is a horse that's been in very good form. He won on turf, I guess it was, at Parks, 2 starts back in the Parks Dash, and then last time out, he actually ran okay in the Belmont Turf Sprint, but I just thought he performed so much better yesterday.
Well, I agree. And listen, I'm a big Ned Allard fan, his conditioner, a guy who's been winning races for a long time, over 2,000 wins, and I'm a fan of the horse. Now, obviously, I was off yesterday, so I didn't get to follow along with him, but I thought it was a very game effort, obviously.
Congrats to all these winners, as we had quite a weekend. Good start to this Aqueduct Fall Meet.
Yeah, it was, and it was exciting to see so many good turf stakes this weekend. Just one more week of turf racing here in New York.
Indeed.
Always an odd time of the year, that change of surfaces. You see some outfits start to ship out, go to warmer climes where they can have turf racing. Different outfits coming in for the colder weather months. And Aqueduct, especially in the winter, has always been a proving ground for young riders. You know, we saw Christopher Elliott get a big win with a huge long shot in the last year. We will see a migration of apprentices and riders trying to make a name or gain a foothold in this colony during the winter.
Yeah, we see a lot of those big names ship out. You're not leaving us, are you?
Not yet.
I mean, if you're a true horse breeder, you're going to stay here in the tough it out in the tough weather.
I like the laugh.
He was glaring at me.
Hope you enjoyed it. We are back. We have a pick six carryover, $51,725 into Thursday's card. No one able to come up with that combination today, so we will see you on Thursday. Back at 12 Eastern start time. It was Venecia with the upset. Stablemate of the 2-5 favorite Delahaye getting the win for the Chad Brown Barn in the Forever Together. Grade 3 Long Island. It was a photo finish. No show. Sammy Joe trying to get there, but that 4-race win streak comes to an end. It's Be Your Best and Frankie Dettori, masterful in the front end.
War Dancer, New York's leading turf sire, continues the momentum with standouts like Ms. Big Bucks.
Ms. Big Bucks gets the victory.
As well as Born Dancer.
Born Dancer, gutsy, and Born Dancer wins it.
And 26 Black, winner at 3 of his last 5 starts.
26 Black has sprinted by. 26 Black, that's your winner.
Shouldn't you have a War Dancer? War Dancer, New York's #1 turf sire, standing at Rockridge Stud for the 2025 season.
For centuries, the bond between horse and human has been forged in trust and hands-on care. Now the sport of thoroughbred racing is combining those timeless traditions with cutting-edge technology to raise our standards of equine safety to the highest level. Wearable biometric devices measure subtle changes in a horse's stride to help optimize safety and performance. State-of-the-art imaging technology helps pinpoint areas of potential concern for early intervention by expert veterinarians. And the sport's new independent regulator, the Horse Racing Integrity and Safety Authority, is using AI and enhanced data modeling to help prevent injury.
Opening quarter mile was a quick one.
From sunrise to sunset, there's an ecosystem of trust and care and a commitment to well-being. So win or lose, it's safety that runs first. To learn more, visit safetyrunsfirst.com.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.